Are we ready? Heck yeah. Maybe go tell people that it's actually working now. Huh? Russ will tell him. Russ has got like an announcer voice, and he's got his hat on backwards like Tim Camisa.
Try to be serious.
Take that. Sony looks all good, right?
I've forgotten how to tie in the meantime.
Toss this back on. Info button. Here's that one. Will this say something? It wouldn't.
It'll be solid.
Okay,
So it'll stop leaking.
Yeah.
All good? Right on. All right, finally.
Next time we'll get like 30 minutes.
Just go quicker and quicker. All right, so this fly is, like I said, this is a sort of variation of that bee I just showed you. And this is called the Mr. Jones. And I'm not sure that, I honestly don't think I've shown this fly in a demo anywhere yet. So you guys might get the maiden voyage of this. But, you know, it'll be kind of similar to what you just watched me do on that bee, kind of as a warm-up. So I'm going to start off with a needle, and I'll put a little dubbing wax on it. And I've got some 14-aught Vivas thread here. And this is kind of gold. Honestly, it doesn't make a huge difference what color thread you use. It's barely going to show on what we're going to end up doing here. But I'm going to start this thread down toward the pointy end of the needle. And I'm going to make a thread base. I'm going to tie you a big one. Tie this fly. This is an adult skating crane fly. So I tie this fly in two sizes, kind of big and small. So a 10 and a 14. The 10 is probably 2 inches, 2.5 inches long. You know, fairly big bug. And crane flies are those bugs that you see on the rear, and you've all seen them, usually in the early morning. But you see them all the time. They look like a daddy longlegs, look like a giant mosquito. They are a type of midge, Tepulidae. They're a type of midge. That's just a giant midge. And they skate across the water. And if you're like in Cheeseman Canyon early in the morning, you see it all the time during the summer, the fish just crushing after them. And that's always been a fly that, you know, when the fish are on them, and it doesn't seem like a huge amount of time, but when the fish are on them, they're crazy for them. And it's hard to get any other fly to kind of skate and act like that. So this fly, when I came up with the bee body, I looked at it and was like, you know, if I make that bigger, that looks just like a crane fly body. And then I thought, you know, how would I make that skate? And the answer was the same wings that I use on the Screaming Banshee. So I sort of stuck the two together, and this fly, the Mr. Jones, is what I came up with. Where the Mr. Jones comes from, there's an old Counting Crows song, and Mr. Jones just wants to be a little bit more funky, and that's what this fly is. So I'm going to start here with a piece of yarn, maybe a little less than that. Again, like I say, it doesn't matter what kind of yarn this is, macrame or McFly-Lon. I'm just using this kind of as the core of the body. And I'm going to tie that down that thread base. And then I'll take a strip, piece of foam go. A strip of 3mm foam. Quite focused there. A strip of foam that's about 2 by 3, 1.5 by 3. It's a little thicker than what I used on the bee. And I'm going to tie this in about halfway down my thread base and wrap over it all the way back to the end there. And then I'm going to take, for this bigger fly, I use 01X, which is 12 thousandths. So a little bit heavier piece of mono for the connection, but I'm going to attach it the same way. So I'm going to leave a little bit sticking out the front end, wrap back over it, fold it around. So I end up with those 2 strands sticking out the front end. Like so. So I'll take some of that glue, and you can see, obviously, this is the exact same step, just a bigger scale than what we did on the bee. to get this glue all the way around here. And then I'll take this foam and I'm going to start to wrap. And at first I'm going to kind of go a little bit looser wraps with tighter overlaps, so it's a little bit fatter. And then as I work toward the front, see that extra glue, you can just kind of wipe out of there. I always keep a piece of foam handy to do that so I don't get it on my fingers. So kind of building a reverse taper here. So fatter at the back end. Then I'll tie that off. And as cool as this body comes out, it's really not, I mean, obviously that's not hard to tie, but you see how nicely segmented that comes out? It looks just like the real critter. Then I'll anchor that down. I just whip finish over that end. So now again, without, don't wait too long. You know, if you sit here and talk at this step, that glue will start to seep through all that wax and everything. So you want to grab it. And I just usually give it a few twists. It's coming. Yeah. And peel them right off the needle. So the trick here, hold this just right. You can pull this tag end out and it'll start to tighten up a little bit. Then you can cut all that yarn and the tag end of that thread out of there. So you kind of tighten the jam knot down from the inside. We've got kind of this reverse tapered shaped body here. So then I'll set that aside. Grab us a hook. So if you're putting that needle in your vise, make sure that you adjust your jaws bigger. It's much bigger diameter than any hook shank that you'll tie with. So on the front end of this, I'm going to switch to GSP thread. This is nano silk, the Simplify nano silk, 30 denier, 18 aught, I think is what they call it. Yep. And this is because we're going to put hair wings in here, so we want a nice strong thread for this end. I'll start this thread just up behind the eye. And I'll wrap back to just past the point on the hook. And I use these 2487s on these flies because they're fairly short shanked, they are short shanked hooks, but I don't need a whole lot of thorax on the front. It's going to make a big difference in closing that deal and actually getting them to connect with it and actually have it in their mouth when you think they do. I'm going to cut one of those strands off that mono. Tie this. I'm hoping this is all fitting on the screen. I'm going to tie it down here. I'll wrap most of the way up the hook and then back again and fold that back. And again, that's just to kind of anchor everything down good and tight there. Something moved along the way. So you're just setting up on top. And you can see with that body, one of the problems with most of the adult crane fly patterns I've seen is if they've got a long, stiff body, and this is in the case of a lot of big bugs. When a fish eats a big bug, the real bugs collapse. You know, they're not near as rigid as your fly that's got a metal hook down the middle. So this fly, you know, as big as it is, that body folds right up out of the way when they suck it in, so they can actually get a hold of it. That was one of the best things about it because they can eat this connected to it. So now for the wings, this is bleached moose hair. It's just moose body and it's bleached so the tan color. And I'm going to take a pretty good clump of it to start with here. I'm going to cut it right down close to the eye. And you want to clean it out. The trash can's on the wrong side. Make sure you clean all that underfur out. I'll hold this up where you can see it. You know, fairly stiff hair and with plenty of length. And that's what we're shooting for here, some extra length. So I'll put this tips down in my stacker, stack them up. Whoa. So get them stacked up nice and clean. I'm going to take this and measure it almost the length of both the hook and the body. So it's just a little short. If I hold it on that side, just a little short of the end of the body. Here behind the eye with this really strong thread, I'm going to put 2 turns around it, and then I'm going to flare that hair in place. And this strong thread makes this really easy. This nano silk thread is super strong and very small, so it doesn't create a lot of bulk. But this is a fairly hard hair. You couldn't do this with regular thread. This thread is going to make this job a lot easier. And then I'm going to build a band of thread traveling backwards toward my fingers here, toward the bend of the hook, to anchor that down. And this is real small thread, so you can see all those wraps I'm making, and it's not making not taking up a whole lot of area there. So then I'm going to take my butt ends and I'll kind of cut those at an angle. And I always leave just one extra so I can come back and get that later. So then I'll take this thread through those butt ends and just kind of anchor that down smoothly as I go. Back to where I started my threads. We're just going to leave that clump hanging out the front. That's going to be our skating platform. Then I'm going to take a little bit wider sheet of foam. This is this is 2 millimeters, but about half the gap of the hook. On that side. And I'm going to tie this down just behind the butt ends of that hair. No, I'm not. I did it again. Forgot the damn legs. This one's going to have 3 legs. Apparently my legs aren't in the bag. I know exactly where the leg. I tied one of these this morning before I came. They're on my desk. So it really actually is the same thing as the 2 legs. It just came out of different bags. So this is that barred sexy floss. And I'm going to tie this in at the center of its length. Tie one strand back along the far side and pull the other end along my near side. And I just kind of want those widespread. You see a lot of crane fly patterns with knotted legs and little dangly legs. I don't think the legs are near as important as the action of the fly. So I put those legs in there, and I've tied plenty of them without legs, and they seem to work just fine too. So I'm not too terribly worried about it. Now I'll take that piece of foam. I'm going to anchor it down just behind the butt ends of that hair. Wrap back over it to the bend. And then I'm going to put a little dubbing in here. And this is just cinnamon caddis, super fine dubbing. And you can tie these, crane flies do come in different colors. I've seen a lot of olive ones. I've seen some kind of yellow colored ones. And they do vary a lot in size. There's some of them are, what I'd say is a size 12, like a size 12 regular dry fly hook, as big as these big ones that are, probably a size 6 or a 4. So they vary in color and size. The pattern is the same, just change the colors up to match. I do use the same color hair, that bleach mousse, on any of them. So I'm going to build a thorax here. Kind of a ball shape, but I want to stop short of where I've tied the wing in. I want to leave some room there. And then I'll just finish off on top of that, the butt ends of that wing. So nothing fancy yet. Okay. Now I'll take another clump of that mousse, and we're going to make the wings out of this. And it's easy to get a little carried away with too much hair for the wing. This is a big fly to cast. If you make the wings too dense, it casts like a tennis shoe. It's still a fairly long wing, but relative to the 2 of them, it's a pretty sparse amount of hair. It's probably no more hair than is on a size 12 stimulator. Okay, like so. It's not a huge batch. Now, I get this question all the time on the Screaming Banshee. When it's all said and done, this front wing and the side wings kind of make a perfect circle. And the measurement for that is, what I'm doing is I'm going to match this length to this length. The hair that I've already got on there, I want to close my fingers right down to the tips of that. So I've got it the same length. I'll leave myself just a little extra to tie in by. And I'm going to trim those buttons so that they're square. I'm going to set that right in on top with those buttons right up against the base of the front wing, put 2 turns around it, and just flare it in place. You can pinch from the bottom. You can see how hard that hair is, and that thread bites right into it. This fly really wouldn't be possible without this kind of thread. So then I'm going to take these 2 wings, and I just divide them. No X traps or anything like that. I just kind of split them with my fingers off to the sides. So. And I'm going to pull this piece of foam up between the 2, put a turn around it, and you've got to be careful here. This gel spun thread is really small. You can cut through your foam, so you want to kind of pull gently down to anchor that in place. And I'll cut that piece off. And then the last thing I'm going to do, get you a little better focus on what I'm doing here, is I'm going to lift this front wing up, and I put my thumbnail up against the base of it to kind of spread it out. And the idea on this, as well as the Screaming Banshee, is this is the bow of the boat. So this is going to keep the front end of the fly skating across the water, and it works amazingly well. Kind of spread out and give you a front view. So that big bow. As I cast this fly and kind of twist your rod tip and kind of pull it high, you can even strip it like a streamer. But this fly will skate across the top of the water, unlike anything else that I've seen, and it's because of that forward wing. So once I've got that in there, I'll come in with finish. Can you see how everything's kind of cupped up? You can kind of get from that angle. And a down eye hook specifically so that the fly sits right on the water, so that hook hangs down. These back legs, they're a little long. I like them a little longer than the body. And then I'll come in and color them up. And this is kind of the fun part. One of the cool things about crane flies is they've got really intricate, cool patterns on them. So I just use the tip of the marker to kind of stripe it. I always think of making them look like they're made out of wood. And I think that's probably part of their natural camouflage. And I'm sure this is 65% more effective. And if you use different colors, I mean, it's full on 200% more effective. Wintertime is long here. So we just kind of modeled them up there. And that's him. But as big a fly as that is, that back body will fold up. That fly is only that big. The hair is soft enough that it collapses when the fish eats it. But I think that's the key to this fly, is that extended body is detached, that little mono piece. This fly truly is like one of the most fun things to fish. If you stand on a high bank, if you got a high bank and kind of, it doesn't even have to be flat water, but where you get down into the water, it's amazing how many fish, if you throw it at the far bank, they'll follow it like a streamer. They chase it out from the bank like a streamer. They know what it is. And I've been kind of into doing stuff that are bugs that get forgotten or looked over. And this has been definitely that case. And big and small sizes. The guys that know about this are really excited. I've had a few friends of mine that I've given this to. Luke Beaver's one of them. We've talked about this, a pattern like this for years. And he had everything in the world good to say about it. So that's Mr. Jones. Any questions on that one?
What size is that hook?
This is a 10. So this is the big one. 10s and 14s. So there's a big one. The other one, I would say, is not quite half this size, but it's much smaller. Grab a hook here. I'll let you pass that one around. And then I think Matt's going to come tie next. Real good. So yeah, Matt Winkler's going to come tie next, and I think there'll be no delay. It should all be good to go. So we'll give him a few minutes just to get set up, and he'll be in time. Say it again. Where I what? No, I think the reason is they're too big. I think they don't come out in the pump. It's like stoneflies. Like you hardly ever get a stonefly nymph out of a fish because your pump's not big enough. But a lot of times you'll pick up a fish. You catch fish during the stonefly hatch and he pukes them out. But yeah, I don't find them in the fish, and I know they eat them. You see them eat them. But I think it's because they're too big. They just don't come out of the fish. It'd be what? Right. Yes. Yeah. For sure. I remember fishing the Platte back in the day when the water was high, and fishing cranefly larva, or pumping a fish and getting like the very end of the cranefly larva in the stomach pump and like having to pull them out. So yeah, they absolutely eat them, but yeah, don't find them very often, and I think that's just a function of the pump.
So in the early spring, snow, the ice.
Yeah, early black stone. Yep. Yeah, early black crawl out on the snow and hatch. Absolutely. Well, that's the thing is, we don't give fish enough credit. Like they know where food comes from. It's like I say, throwing that crane fly. I remember standing on a high bank and like it landed. It's awesome if you can land it in the grass and like hop it out of the grass. Those bugs do. But those fish, the second they hit the water, they race to it. Which they don't do for a caddis, but for that crane fly, they know that those bugs are getting from one side to the other in the morning, and I don't know why they got to move from one side to the other. Why don't you stay on that side?
I did that. Yeah, I did that. I'm rolling to change that.
I'm gonna leave my tools. You have your advice? Huh? Yeah.
Sure. They're already loaded. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll scare me up.
Good.
Don't tell me that I'm the one seller here. It's actually upslopes. Is it? They run it over.
I can smell it just as advertised.
It's a GF option. Gotta have that. Rock here, dude.
That battery was dying. Did that just screw everything up?
No, but I was trying. Did you break everything?
I haven't broken anything. All my stuff works.
Let me see those hands real quick.
Just put that by that charger.
You need to get one of those multis.
Multis?
Yeah. What'd you tie? These two?
I took a B and Mr. Jones, which I think is still going around the circle.
No,
But
it's still going
it's just laying here.
Look around and over here.
Hello?
Pretty clean. I've got somebody for that. He's probably gonna type bigger flies. So he just has the camera back.
Nice fancy new camera.
Crazy. Bananas. Yeah. I think it's great.
That's all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, can I take that?
I didn't do anything out of the order.
You want me to grab you a water or anything like that?
Oh, Jesus.
You're gonna be in here? Probably not.
Me too.
I mean, I tend to move the vice a lot. Someone at the outside, as long as it's just moving the vice back to the center.
Oh, you tend to move the vice around.
So much easier. I don't have to look like an idiot now.
With the square over the part you wanted to focus on. And then how do you get it up on the LB? It does that?
Yeah, live view.
And then if he's moving the vice around, I can shake
Oh,
it.
as long as I can see it. I can just move it back.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I'll have to move it for these slides either. So, but I can see it, so I'll just be able to
Right. So yeah, this is tilt, and then there's a knob here. What is this thing called? This piece?
The head.
Tripod head.
Yeah. Like I
So
like
I want to order
I
another
like
one.
mine a lot better than Jake's.
Oh, I just want to make another one of these because I'm going to one here in the shop and one at home. Yeah. And I ordered this and I can't remember what.
Thank you.
Contact.
All right. The good news is
Oh, you
there's big chaos that's out there. As long as possible.
well, it looks like a shit show.
balance the leech.
I've been selling stuff. You know what's a good show?
Oh, I just give this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we get this set up and then
Put this one in there. You can just put that, yeah. That's where. There. So that's center.
he's gonna have some junk hanging off the back of this thing as well as the front. About to hit complexity in 2 seconds.
Not today.
Not today. That's awesome. All up is great on this one.
Yeah.
Just watch out.
Clears it out.
Oh. So is this HDMI cable you bought? This is fucking 10x sharp.
Yeah, like I say, that other here.
Massively
Not that this other here is, but this is 1,000 times better. Yeah. So the spots are actually not, they're great for pictures.
Say the word. Yeah.
Oh, like, okay. I'm gonna be down there. How much time do I have?
Exactly.
Yeah? You want to wait a minute or two? What's that? Ooh, awesome. Do you want me to wait like a minute? Okay. 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 Yeah, for sure. You always want to let me know when to totally start? Okay. You got it.
And then when you're trying, the fly will be big, you'll be in the corner.
So it's
Yeah.
You're in a position of power.
All good? Okay. Let's get started. My name is Matt Winkler. I work right here in Charlie's shop. I've worked here for almost 5 years at this point. So yeah, if you're local and you ever have any questions, come in, talk to me. If not, everybody at home. Yeah, let's tie some flies. First one we're going to do, this fly, I probably get more questions on this fly than almost any fly anywhere. This is a balanced leather leech. We're going to do this one obviously to start. So get a lot of questions on this. As I tie it, I know we're kind of short on time for demos per person today. I'm going to answer all the questions that I get on this as I tie it. If you have any questions, just holler, just interrupt me. It is not a big deal at all. In the vise, that is an XT500 from Umpqua, 60-degree bend. That's a size 10. This is kind of the standard size I tied this fly on. Scale it up, scale it down, kind of do whatever you want. First question I get is, balance leech has to be tied on a 90-degree bend. It's completely false. This is a 60-degree bend. You do not need a true 90-degree bend. They're actually kind of hard to find in the fly tying world. They pour lead jigs on them all the time with 90s. In the fly tying world, a 60-degree bend hook is absolutely fine. So that's in the vise there, like I said, number 10. Tying thread, any thread you want. Realistically, this is 6.0 uni in black. We're going to do a black fly with a chartreuse head. The next thing we're going to do is pins. I get this question constantly. This is basically just a tiny little dressmaker sewing pin. I don't even know what the technical term is for it. I get this question asked so often. Just a little tiny pressed flat head is the only thing you need. What I've done is I've cut the back about third off of this pin. So I do that and I stack these by the 100 beforehand. If you do it at home, just take a pair of wire cutters, knock the back third off, and you're done. Next thing you need on this size 10 is a 1/8 tungsten bead. It kind of has to be tungsten. Brass generally doesn't work. It's not heavy enough. It's not going to balance the fly like it needs to be done. So I take the cut pin, I put a bead on there kind of backwards. The countersunk side is going to the head of the pin. That's not necessarily for aesthetics. That is going to help us lock this forward. So I'll just throw this on here super light for now. So that's basically what we're going to be doing. Pin, bead on the pin right onto the shank of the hook. It extends the kind of balance point of the fly out here with the wing. So I didn't mention this. I'm familiar with balance flies. Under an indicator, that fly is going to hang horizontal. Picture a regular woolly bugger where it has a tungsten bead or any bead bunched up right to the end. It's going to hang like this under the water. So under an indicator, your fly is going to look like this. This is a true balanced fly. Under an indicator, it is going to hang horizontal. It's kind of a game changer for still water applications, anything where you need more of a horizontal presentation. This is how you achieve that. The next thing you do is this space in between here where this drop comes down from the jig portion of the hook to the back of the bead. You want that space there about 2 bead lengths. Kind of a little confusing. And when you first tie these, you don't want to go through and tie like 30 of these before you get this figured out. So this distance here, this pin that is bare with no thread, give yourself about 2 bead lengths. And like I said, I throw it on with a couple wraps, no pressure. Then you can basically just push and pull this pin where you want it. And I'm going to leave it to right about there. That's about 2 beads worth plus a little bit. Once you have it where you want it, all we're going to do is lock this down. The back of this pin, cut with wire cutters, is a straight up razor blade right here. So in the beginning, I try to just stay away from that because it will just go right through your thread. Once you have that locked down, you want to make sure you keep that as clean and straight as possible. That pin, you want it coming right off the eye, super, super straight. If it's cocked, you're going to have issues down the road. Once you have that locked, jump onto the pin. I hold this back here pretty tight because you're pulling way at a leverage point. So I hold the hook, and then you can just go to town, back and forth, and you're just going to build a ramp up to that bead. This is where putting the bead on backwards comes in handy because now you have a small hole which you need to cover. If you put the pin on the bead like normal, you have the countersunk side, which you're trying to get to stay tight, but you can't because you can't thread inside of that big hole. And then once you have it all locked, basically just cover this sucker with thread, make sure everything's in place. You can do this beforehand and super glue them. If I'm doing a whole bunch of these, I would recommend doing that. Do a whole bunch of these beforehand, and then you throw a little super glue on it. But cutting the pin, doing all this on each fly gets a little cumbersome. So I usually do this portion and then set them aside. And then the next material we're going to hop into is, where's my bag? Is leech leather. Little bit of a plug here. This is a material that I have brought back. Hairline used to sell a very similar material way back in the day. They've discontinued it. I literally found the source for it. I buy it in bulk and I cut it into these strips and sell it here in the shop. It's the only place where you can buy this stuff right here in Charlie's. Obviously, you can buy it in the store or just on the website. I have it in 11 colors. So there you can tie leeches, worms, all sorts of stuff. And this is how it's going to come to you. Cut like this in about 1/4 of an inch, maybe a little bit more of a strip. And then what I do is at home, I didn't do it here because it takes too much room. I basically take this and just start knocking them down into about 1.5 inch pieces. Then I take those pieces, and this tool here is going to be vital for working with this material. This is a fabric cutter. It's basically a pizza roller looking thing. It's basically a razor blade that's a circle. And then what I'll do is I will take that piece that has the square end, I'll knock it with a really long taper. Just basically a straight edge with this tool, go up each side, flip it over, go up the other side, give yourself a really, really long tapered cut. And then at that point, what I'll do is I'll just knock the end off and then round it off. So I don't want it to look like a straight up, super, super tight one. I don't have one. So that's all I did was knock off a micro amount off the tip and round it. That's our tail. Very, very simple. And to measure this sucker, we've 5.
That's good.
Battery. Battery.
Back up. Okay. So we're back. So once you got these tails prepped, and again, same thing. I prep a bunch of these beforehand. I don't want to mess with the fabric cutter and the big cutting mat and all that. So I knock these out way in advance. But once you have your tail, what we're going to do is we've got our hook shank, our kind of pin, and our bead. I'm considering that whole thing at this point the hook shank. So I'll take this and I'll measure it. I want it to be that entire length plus a little bit, right about there. I'm going to pinch that, and then I'm going to give myself just enough so that I could grab this and lock it on right up to the pin. What we're going to do is just bury that. This stuff cinches down super, super clean. You basically end up with something like that. If you want to test yourself, all you do at this point is fold this over, and it sticks out past the bead a little bit. I like it a little bit longer, so that's about perfect. Again, if you don't go any further, look like that, and you should be good. At this point, just so you can see what we got going on, I am going to. So again, if you're new to this fly, at this point, you might want to do this. Grab a piece of whatever you have laying on your table. Take it out of the vise, throw a piece of tippet through it. Don't even worry about tying it on or anything. Just loop it and then hang it. And you can see what that's going to look like under an indicator. So right now, tighter. You can see what that pin sticking way out of the front did. It turned that into a truly horizontal fly. At this point, horizontal, good. If it's hanging horizontal, you're fine. If it is tipped head forward a little bit, that is also fine. But realistically, at this point, if you got all of this done and something is out of whack, just start over. Your distance here is off. So this is your test point. So do one, see what it looks like, and then go from there. Not every single tungsten bead coming from different manufacturers are going to be the same. You can get 3 different brands, all labeled 1/8 of an inch. They're all going to be different. And there's different amounts of tungsten in each one. So test the beads you're using before you do a bunch of these. Because if they're all wrong, you really can't go back and make it any better. So once you're satisfied with that, the next material you're going to do for this fly, it's very, very simple, is semi-sealed dubbing. I love this dubbing. For this particular color combo, Black Magic, it is number 49. And then when you're working with, this whole fly is, what's that? Semi-sealed dubbing, not the mega. There's 2 different kinds. You generally don't see the mega too often. That's a longer fibered version of this. This is just regular semi-sealed. It comes from a company called Arizona, where a guy named John Romer develops this stuff and sells it. Fantastic dubbing. And then what I do is I take a bunch out. Anytime you put anything in a dubbing loop, take the dubbing out, take more than you need, but this is just an unruly mess. What I do is I pull it, stack it, pull it, stack it, pull it, stack it. Just do this, 10, 12 times. You're never going to get all the fibers to lay super straight, but you're also going to take out any twisted fibers that are in here. And then you'll see what came out of the bag versus that. Much, much cleaner. And then at this point, just throw that on your table. And then the next thing is a dubbing loop. If you're not familiar with how to make a dubbing loop, I think it's one of the best tying techniques ever for things you don't really see too often on tiny trout flies. When you start scaling flies up, a dubbing loop is a fantastic tool. So what you're going to do is you're going to take your bobbin, take your thread, pull it right at your chest, put your pointer finger of your non-tying hand in there. So you go, a good rule of thumb is to start the loop about to your table. So wherever that ends up being, that's where that is. Bobbin back over, and then all I'm going to do is throw the bobbin over the loop twice. I'm going to take the thread and run it back. It could not be simpler to start the process of the dubbing loop. So now I have my thread, this loop that is locked in permanently, not going anywhere. Move your thread all the way back to behind your bead. Now we're going to take our pre-stacked, kind of semi-cleaned up, pile of dubbing. And what I do is everything on tying hand at this point. I keep my finger in the loop to keep it open. I put the ball of dubbing also in my left hand, and I pinch it. And then you want to make this loop. What we're going to do is put this dubbing in this loop, if you haven't figured that out already. But you want to put it in there very, very sparse. Some people in the beginning will literally take that and do that. It's never going to work. It'll spin, but it's going to make a giant mess. So what I do is I hold it in my hand, and I literally will grab the very corner of the pot of dubbing, and then what comes out, comes out. And then I just basically lay it on the loop, and it'll fall into the middle. Once it goes into the middle, I push it up. Again, grab the corner, small amount, put it on, push it in, push it up. Small amount, put it on, push it down, push it up. And what you want to do is we're going to go down all the way about here, about an inch above my finger. That'll give us plenty for this fly. The other thing too, I'll say now while I'm doing it, is the number one thing I get asked about dubbing loops is all of my material falls out when I'm making the loop. Obviously, most people leave the loop down. Gravity just grabs everything and makes it fall down. As I work towards my finger, this hole is getting bigger and bigger and wider and wider. So there's nothing that's holding it in there per se. So take the loop, put it at your chest. Now the dubbing just lays on the thread. It's not, gravity is not pulling it down. And then just keep working your way down, literally just letting it lay on the thread. And if it gets a little twisted at this point, don't worry about it. We can move it and adjust it a little bit later. And then once I'm about to my finger, I'm going to take my dubbing twister. This is the best one I think you can buy. This is the Dyna King, little brass guy. It's phenomenal. Throw one more little clump in there. Once you get to the bottom, get rid of your dubbing, take your tool. There's 2 little hooks on it. Put the hooks in the thread, put it under my finger, pull my finger out, pinch your dubbing loop closed. Now at the point, it's basically kind of locked in there with thread tension. And what I do is you can push, pull, move, recenter this thing at this point. It's definitely not in there permanently. So take your time, spread it out. I don't know if the camera will see that, but see how airy that is? You can see right through it. There is no point where it's super, super dense. That's what you want in your loop. If you've got piles of dubbing in one spot, this really isn't going to work. Super, super sparse. And then at this point, what I do is I move my left hand up to right below the material. I have a little bit of space in between the tool and my fingers, and I'm going to spin this. I'm going to pinch super, super tight. And that's going to spin the thread in between my fingers and the tool. Once that's tight, I let go, and it's going to shoot the twists right up the material. It could not be simpler. Pinch the thread, twist it, get that really spun in between your fingers, let it go. I will say one thing, 6.0 uni has a breaking point when you're making dubbing loops. I really find diameter strong enough. If you over twist this loop, you will break 6.0. So just be cognizant of that when you're doing it. Once you have that twisted up, come in with a dubbing brush. I really, really like bristled brass brushes for this. And come in and rake this pretty darn aggressively. You want to untrap any fibers that are in there. And then at this point, this is a great gauge of how tight your loop brush is covered in dubbing. You're not spun tight enough. You just pulled all of the dubbing out of the loop. So this should be clean. So you want to make sure that's tight enough. At this point, all you're going to do is you can just leave the tool in there, just put it into the palm of your hand. And all we're going to do is palmer this loop up. Start right behind the leather tail, and I'm going to wrap this. I'm not going to wrap this super tight. I'm not going to space it like you would a wire rib on a smaller fly, but I'm not going to stack these super tight either. I'm going to put just a little bit of space in between the wraps. And just go slow. And each time I do, I grab the thread from front, pull it back, and then I wrap that every single time. Once you get to the end of the hook, just obviously just go forward, hop onto the pin, and then continue forward. Back a little bit. Once you get to in between the kind of where the hook ends and the pin starts, I do wrap the wraps a little bit tighter. That's going to give you a little bit bulkier head, slimming out to like a slimmer as it goes towards the tail. Once you get up to the pin, just basically hold this. This is another I get a lot about. People have a hard time tying off a dubbing loop. Literally, again, it couldn't be simpler. I hold this up. Tool is still on there. It's in my hand. I take my thread. I throw it over 1, 2 times, 0 pressure. I just threw it over, let it hang. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull down, I'm going to pull up. So pull up on the loop, pull down on the bobbin. That's going to basically cinch those tight. At this point, you can literally go. Two turns, almost no pressure, pull tight, take your tool off. Now at this point, I come this way, make sure you have everything, throw your thread on, and just build a little bit of a head. That's going to lock that dubbing loop back. Come in to cut off, another thing to cut off a dubbing loop, little tiny triangle in your scissors, push your scissors, pull the loop. That'll cut the thread out the middle, but leave the long dubbing in there. A really cool trick, if you just, you're gonna see this point where you cut off your dubbing loop. So little triangle, push and pull. At this point, in terms of a wood finish on there, is plenty. Make sure that's pulled really, really tight. Cut your thread off, and then we're gonna go back to our brush. When I like to brush out dubbing loops, what I do first is everybody just immediately wants to go back aggressively and do that. What I do is I go forward. Because if you go this way right out of the gate, you're cleaning this part, the front of the fly, no problem. But the stuff that was wrapped first has all its material basically put on top of it. So you're not getting that. So what I do is I go forward. That's going to get the stuff by the tail and basically just stand everything up. Once you have everything stood up, just basically come back and veil it back. And what that's going to do is lay all those fibers back super clean. And you're always going to have these kind of little erratic guys. So what I do is I go in and basically don't just give this a haircut. I just go through and pick out the longest fibered loops in there. All right, just knock the tips off of anything long, wet my fingers, pull it back if there's anything that I don't like, take it off. And that right there is the balanced leather leech. That leather tail hung horizontal under an indicator is absolutely dynamite. That's how it's going to look under an indicator. This material, again, you want it super, super sparse. You don't want this, really, really bulky in the water. You want all these fibers to be able to lay back. And that's it. Super, super, super simple fly. And I forgot to bring a, what's that? Right. Good call. Good call. You knew what I was thinking.
Final trims, it's not allowed.
No.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah. You want to see one more? I don't have time. I know we got kind of backed up. You want me to bust another one or? Cool. It's going to be a slower one. It's going to be that fast.
Yeah, you do that in 30 minutes?
Oh, 30. Oh, for sure. 30. Oh, yeah, for sure. 30. Yeah. Okay.
Matt, on your last fly, bead color, does it make any difference?
It can. I'm a huge fan of chartreuse and black. Orange and black is good. But when I get into more natural olives and peacocks and stuff like that, copper, gold, honestly, all said and done, I haven't found that like a color of bead makes a big difference. No.
Not the same, but it's just contrasting.
For sure. If the water's dirty, I will say this, a lot of times in stillwater fishing, you're fishing in a lot of windy conditions, water gets really dirty. A black silhouette fly with a chartreuse bead is sometimes is absolutely hard to beat. That contrast in the water, they can see the black silhouette. If they get close enough to it, that bright chartreuse bead, it's just a magnet, and they eat it. Clear water, you can make a case for all sorts of bead colors and flies. So you can run the gamut for sure. I have a buddy that fishes these a lot, and he swears by a silver bead on a leech, which doesn't make much sense, but that shininess in the water. So I don't have a definitive answer on a bead color. I personally use it for stillwater pretty much exclusively. I have buddies, including Jason, who's right there. I have a buddy on the Arkansas who guides out of a boat, and this is one of his best guide flies. So he'll put that under an indicator, have his clients fishing next to the boat, just dead like a nymph, and he says it works phenomenal. So you can, again, if you think about it, this under an indicator is basically going to do what any other jig fly is going to do. It's going to get, once it's dead, it's just basically going to, bounce on the bottom, but keep a horizontal profile, which a lot of fish don't see a lot of because there really aren't that many flies tied like this. So it will absolutely work for sure. Yep. Give me 1 sec to clean this up, and then we'll knock out another one. And anybody that doesn't know me, I'm not really into tiny trout fly type stuff. I do a lot of stillwater fishing. a lot of streamer fishing, other species, bass, wiper, pike, and stuff like that. So I don't really tie too many like, small trout flies per se. The next one we're going to do is how much sculpin. That's this guy in the bin right, or in the vise right here. It's a really, really good sculpin imitation. It comes in several different colors. We're going to do this black barred olive one. It's not an articulated fly, single hooked, rides hook down. It is easy to cast for a streamer, and it's you know, in my opinion, it's an appropriate size streamer. Nowadays, a lot of people have a bigger is better mentality. They're fishing trap streamers that are this big. Once a fish is educated to a fly of that size, you'll get a lot of follows, looks, but a lot of refusals. So this fly, this is a size 4, and at that about 2.5 inches is just a very, very good size fly to get fish to commit on and eat. And we're going to start with this is a 5263. That's Yemco. I'm gonna switch to 140 UTC on this fly. The head of this is going to be another dubbing loop made of rabbit fur, and UTC, especially the 140, is hard to break in a dubbing loop. This thread has so much stretch in it that you can put so many twists into it before it'll break. If I tried to tie this exact fly with 6.0 uni, which I love, when I get to the head, I am most likely going to break the thread making the loop. We're going to find this is a pseudo eye. These guys come from Hairline. This is, in my opinion, like a better quality dumbbell eye. By all means, use lead. If you want lead, absolutely use lead. These are kind of a brass style dumbbell with eyes that are enameled inside of it. So in my opinion, they hold up way better than lead does. And this is a size large. And these guys weigh, if you're curious, these weigh 1.2 grams. A large lead eye from Wapsie or Hairline, doesn't matter where you get them, they're all the same. They weigh 1.5 grams. So you're really not dropping too much weight for that. Plus, it's a little bit lighter to throw. The fish won't sink as fast. And you get these just really nice, clean eyes that are tough to break. And then always, 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 when you're tying on dumbbells, super glue is your best friend. And this right here, as I throw super glue over my lap, this right here is an absolute game changer. This glue from Loctite, it's just Loctite liquid super glue, is phenomenal. This single glue has replaced regular head cement, high gloss head cement, and the real thin kind of Solares bone dry materials. This stuff here is phenomenal. The one downside to using super glue in the past was that if you touch the super glue before it was dry, if it got wet before it was dry, if you pulled too much of it up, it would turn white. This super glue, if you just leave it be and let it dry, dries with a super, super hard, super gloss finish. It is phenomenal. And like I said, always, always super glue your dumbbells in. If you don't, they will inevitably spin on the shank. There is no two ways about it. Next material, we're going to use the tail material, which goes under the rabbit. This is angel hair. I just pull it out. This stuff is so unruly. I don't even take it out of the bag. Just grab a corner of it, pull it out, whatever you get, just tie it in half. Anywhere on the shank, it doesn't make any difference. Take the rest of it, pull it back, and then lock that all down. This stuff is super, super straight though. So, okay. Sam.
Lost the camera.
Just
It's just
we see.
The big one.
Yeah, the one up there.
That one we're gonna have to get Charlie.
I think Russ also knows how to do it.
It might be factory that though. We've got, I think camera might be formed.
I think they were just like,
On the bottom.
I think they were just taking a picture with it, like just snap the shutter,
Yeah.
and then it was turned. It's probably just because it's not being used and it's just shutting itself off. Yeah, it's just from from sitting too long. Okay.
Come on.
There we go.
Got it. Once you have that on, right, obviously this is way too long for what we need. We're going to cut this, down the road, but instead of wasting it all, so what I do is the tail is going to be about that long. What I'll do is I'll cut that. I'll take the extra instead of throwing it in the trash. I'll just put it right. Just a little bit less material ending up in the trash, and that's going to be our tail. Again, just don't worry about the length and/or what it looks like at this point. It's going to be cut later on. Next material, we're going to go into a barred rabbit zonker. This is black barred olive variant. It is a really, really nice sculpin color. Pull it out of the bag, clean the end up, right? Just give yourself a clean cut. And then what I'll do is, right, it's going to end up square. I'm talking about the hide. The skin part is square. When you cut it, I'm going to come put the hide towards me, come underneath so I don't cut the hair. I'm just going to use the tip of my scissors, and I'm going to cut a triangle out of the hide. And then you're going to end up with this nice clean little triangle on the end. Will it do anything to the fishability of the fly? Absolutely not. But just throw a little triangle on there, it tapers the tail just a little bit. And then for measurement on this, what I do is I take the hide, I throw it on the hook, and then I just want the hide to be 1 shank length long. So wherever that ends up, I pinch, and I wet my fingers, and I come in and I give a distinct break in the hair, right? Part it all to one side in either direction. That is where we're going to tie this on. Lay it right where you want it, up and over. Again, don't pull. So many people want to pull tight right out of the gate. Like when you're trying to put something on there, I'll do 1 or 2, no pressure, and then I'll just pull straight down. That's going to leave it where you want it. And again, I'll wrap over, pull down, wrap over, pull down. This is 140. You can pull quite a bit on this. And then 4, 5, 6 good turns like that is good. At this point, we're going to fold this back. Don't cut it at this point. Just leave it back. I go forward, and then I butt my thread really tight back up to the zonker. You can take this, just throw that out of your way for now, so it's over there. And then the next material we're going to use, we're going to go back to semi-seal, just like the material, same material we used on the previous fly. This is olive. And again, same thing. I'll go much faster on this one because you already just watched me do it. Pull and stack, pull and stack. Dubbing loop, pull out your chest, over, wrap it back. Wherever you end your thread is where that dubbing loop is going to start. So you want to make sure you get your thread all the way to right where you tied off the rabbit. Open it up. Corner, same as the last fly. I'm not a big streamer. I'm not going to add any more dubbing. Grab the corner, what you get, pull it, put it in, pull it, put it in. This fly is actually going to have 2 dubbing loops on it. The body one, which we're doing right now with dubbing, is the easy one. The head is where a lot of people struggle with this fly. And I'll walk you through that. But this one is an easy one, just dubbing, put it in, close it, pinch it, throw your tool, get it spun before you go crazy fast. Twist it up. And once you get the hang of this, you really can't mess these up. It's just about not putting too much material in that loop. Once you have it, break it out. If you can get your hands on one of these guys, these are really hard to find these days, get one. These things are your best friend when it comes to a dubbing loop. Let's have that. We're gonna wrap this one, since it's like an underbelly on a streamer, you can wrap this much tighter than we did on the leech. All the way up. That's what. And you can go, stop like when you get like 1 turn behind the eyes. Again, no pressure. Through the bobbin over twice, pull down, pull up. Good. Take the tool out, lock it. And then what I do is I come back and I jump up onto the loop. Cut that out. break it forward, break it back. This is going to give you a really nice vein, which is going to end up being the belly on this fly. It's a little bit lighter than the wing, real nice contrast, light and dark. At this point, just part it on the back, pull it down, take your zonker, pull it over. And then when we tied in the tail, we're super, super careful about parting the fur and getting it right in the middle, because now that's where that's going to come into play. Since we didn't trap any of the hair, it just all is going to lay super, super clean. This part, I actually don't want to part it at all. What I do is I pull it fairly tight. I lay it where it's going to be. Again, 2 turns, no pressure, pull down, pull down, pull down. By not parting it and now cutting it, you get this real nice kind of bump right there. You've got a bunch of fur stacked right at that tie-off point. So you get a really, really slim tail, nice kind of the start of what would be kind of a shovel head for a sculpin. Once you have your zonk cut, a couple little figure eights, just lock the butts of the fly. At this point, you can flip it over, come underneath, cut your flash just short of the fly. And now there we got that. We got our tail, our back, our belly, our flash, something that looks just like that. Next material we're going to hop into is a mallard flank feather. These guys, they just come in a bag like this. This one happens to be Wapsi light olive. There's not a huge difference between light olive and regular olive, but these guys here, if you don't use these too often, very, very good feather. Really, really nice small modeling on them. And what we're going to do is we're going to palmer this onto this fly. Give the fly a nice model look. The fibers are going to fold back. And you want to dig through these bags. This is just a crapshoot on what you get in here. A lot of them are going to be too small and unusable. So I pulled out a couple of choice ones. You want a big one. What you want to do is, before you even do it, measure it, just like a dry fly. Pull it off of the stem, hold it to where we're going to tie it in, and you want the fibers to go past the hook itself, past the shank, past the bend. You want it to be a little bit longer than that. Once you have your feathers selected, what you're going to do is come up on it, get all of the stuff on the bottom that's either fluff or very wispy. So you start with nice clean barbs, and then we're going to take the other side of it. We're going to grab the tip, pull down, and just kind of pull up the ones that get pulled down until you end up with a clean separation of the tip, just like that. We're going to take 80% of that off and just leave a little tiny triangle on there. We're going to take this triangle, this is going to be our tying point. And just like any other fly, you want to orient the feather the right way. You want the concave portion of the fly facing that direction. So the natural taper or orientation of the feathers goes back. If you do it the opposite way, it'll be pretty obvious. When you pick this up, they're going to go forward. So you've just did it the wrong way. So you want to orient it, make sure you're tying it in the correct direction, and then really lock that sucker down right there so it doesn't pull out. And then at this point, to kind of prep this feather a little bit more, is stand all the feathers or the fibers up, and then we're going to wrap this direction. I wet my fingers, I come from this direction back, and I pinch all of these fibers. Getting them wet really helps, and I just pinch them at the stem. Fold them back, pinch them. And now you can see they're already starting to get trained to go even more that direction. And once you've got something like that, and since we pulled off all the fluff on the bottom, all we're going to do is palmer this whole feather. I like quite a bit of this on this fly. Lift up, and each time you wrap, just make sure you're not trapping any fibers in the wrong direction. And then once you get to the stem, the bare stem, couple Tyer wraps. This is something where you kind of want to hold on to because there's a lot of pressure in this stem. It's fairly thick. So I'll switch hands, and I won't let this quite go until I throw a couple wraps on that side and that side, just so it doesn't untwist. Once you have that looking like that, come in, cut that out, take a bodkin, and then just kind of come in and separate these fibers. You can see how immediately those fibers on the side just give that really, really nice sculpin look to it. At this point, we're going to clean this up a little bit, and then now we're going to work on the head. Up to this point, this fly is a no-brainer. Very easy. There's nothing complicated about it one bit. The head is where it starts to get much tougher for a lot of people. Next material we're going to switch to is frost tip rabbit zonkers. There's got to be a setting. No,
Well, Russ says it might be if we start recording.
Oh, then it probably won't yet. Shut off due to inactivity.
Let's, he says he hasn't tried it with the new cameras, so let's see if it broke.
Uh-oh. So just like the back and the wing, this is just a rabbit zonker. This is it's called frost tip. What that means is it's dyed 2 colors and it's barred. The bottom of it or the base of it's black, and then the tips are dyed olive. This is going to give us a really nice color on the head. If you don't want to source this or use it, I would just use all olive or all black. If you cut this off and put it in a loop, what we're gonna do, bars just mix with the olive, and this color gets super muddy with the bars on it. So I wouldn't use that for the head. I would use this one, all olive or all black. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have to prep the material for this. So what I do is I take this zonker, I flip it over with my left hand, I grab about as much as I can, actually hold, which comes out to about 3/4 of an inch. And what I'm doing is I'm pulling the fiber straight away from the hide and in my fingers, and then that's obviously the hide there. What I'm going to do is take the scissors, I'm going to come in between my fingers and the hide and cut off just the fur. So that goes away. I have this. What I'm going to do is literally just take this, put it down. Don't fondle it too much. Don't switch hands a lot. Put it right down. Fondle it, because you're going to end up having to redo this. And for this fly, you might be able to get by with 2 bunches. I'm going to do 3 just in case. This is not a spot where you want to run out of a dubbing loop. If we were doing the body, it's just dubbing. It's whatever. You can make a loop in 2 seconds and put more material in there. For this head, I don't really want to have to do that. So I'm going to take 3 big clumps off of this. And this is also, I should mention, this is a magnum zonker, so I went up in size. So as I move down and cut this off, I'm getting more fur than I would if it was a standard cut zonker. I got 3 healthy clumps. I just put them right on the table right next to me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a loop, just like we've done several times. 2 over, lock it. And I'm just going to really lock it. Then I'm going to move my thread right to the hook eye. Now at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to take these bunches. I'm going to just pick them up, pick them straight up, put them right in. Don't worry about where they kind of go. Just put them right in the middle. Pick up, put them in, and put them close to each other. Pick up, put them in. Once you have them there, close your loop. We're not going to spread this beforehand. It's going to turn into a nightmare. So we're going to close this loop. I'm going to pinch it. I made this loop much bigger than I needed. So I'm going to pinch it way up here, let this hang. And it's not going to, it's going to come out. So once we have something like that, now we're going to carefully pull the first 2 bunches we put in down, and then we're going to start to squeeze out the top bunch. And once we come down, we're going to move. We're going to go to the middle bunch, just like we did with. You want this to be sparse in there, right? You can't leave those bunches super tight. It's not going to spin well. It's going to fall out when you twist it. So it's carefully just work your way down. Little tiny pushes and pulls. Once you get the hang of it on how much pressure you can apply when you're doing this, and see how we've turned those 3 clumps, which were like within a 1-inch space. We're approaching 7 inches at this point. And just carefully go down. And then at this point, I'm just going to come in and I'm just going to knock off anything that's way farther than anything else. And then I'm going to come in, I'll do it since it got too oriented. Pull it instead of pushing it. You can push or pull, but what I'm going to do is pull it so the butts get closer to the thread. Right? We don't want the material centered. We're going to make a brush with most rabbit tips. So we want it one-sided. So what I'm doing is pulling it so the tips or the butts are much closer to the thread. Once you have that, Start spinning. This is a loop I like to start fairly slow. If you just wrench on this right out of the gate, you could throw stuff out of whack. So I twist it again in between my fingers. I'm twisting. Once it's enough pressure, it'll leave your fingers, and then just kind of let it go at a fairly slow pace to start. And then once it's locked, you can go to town. Like that 140, you can just feel it in your fingers shrinking up. And then if I pull back on it, I can feel there's so much stretch in that 140. It's great for big kind of complex dubbing loops. And right now we have that. And then all we're going to do is come in and rake this out. Once you can get the hang of something like this, the lids on like streamers, saltwater flies, bigger application type stuff is phenomenal. To be able to take like a material like rabbit fur and just make a loop on a fly, it's such a good technique. And again, really rake this out, and there's literally zero fur in the brush. Again, if this brush is filled with fur, it's way too loose, and whatever you do to finish the fly, as you fish it, that fur is just going to get pulled out more and more. But that is what you're after. Super clean. You can pull on this. The fur doesn't go anywhere. You're eliminating the hide, which soaks up a bunch of weight, and where people have trouble fishing big streamers is the big zonker type stuff. That hide is where all the weight comes from. All the movement comes from this. And then this is the undesirable portion, the skin. So we've eliminated the skin, kept all the good parts. And at this point, what we're going to do is just wrap. You should generally get like 2 wraps behind the dumbbell. So there's 1, there's 2. And then when I get to the dumbbells, I want to stack more on the top. I don't care about the belly. I want to conserve all of my hook gap. And I don't want a big bulky head on the bottom. I want all the stuff on the top. So when I get to the eyes, I go through them from back to front, through the eyes. I go underneath the eye on the far side, fold that back. I come my way again from back to front, cross through the eyes, underneath the eye, back up that side, again through the middle, and then continually kind of wet that and fold it back. And you should get anywhere from like 1 to 3 in front. You want to stack them pretty tight, but not to the point where you're going to ruin your hook eye, obviously. And then at this point, again, just like we've done, there's a lot going on right behind that eye. So just 1, 2, no pressure. At this point, you can take that out as long as you don't let it go. Pull up, pull down, and then literally all I've done is just pull up, pull down. You can let it go. It's not going anywhere. Now with your left hand, come forward, fold everything back, and just jump up on that loop. And that is going to lock that loop there permanently. Just a touch. Now, to get this loop off again, tiny triangle, push the scissors, pull the loop. Throw a whip finish on here. And if you took your time to make the brush nice and clean, you shouldn't have to do it at all. But at this point, you could come through and clean this up. And then when that sucker gets wet, you can see how much fur is on the top, how little is on the bottom. There's almost 100% hook gap conserved on this fly. 0 issues about hooking a fish. And you get all of this fur on the top, just like a real sculpin that are very head heavy, that have these big shovel heads. And that's it. When you're all said and done, throw a little drop of super glue on there, and she's ready to fish. But that's the fly.
Nice.
I don't know who's tying next, but
Garrison.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When you tie articulated, do you use restricted?
That's a good question. When you're doing a traditional kind of articulated trout fly, that bead is super important. I've never been a fan of multiple beads. If I can get away with 1 bead and keeping that junction close, just enough where I need only 1 bead, that is ideal for me. I don't like stacking lots and lots of beads in there. It just ends up causing more trouble than it's worth down the road. So I'm a one bead guy, keeping the junction close. Yeah, no problemo.
Hey, Matt, what was that video?
What's that?
What was this video?
So I actually already did one for Umpqua. There's actually a couple of years ago I did this exact fly. So if you just go to Umpqua's YouTube channel, it's already there. The same thing with the leech too is already up there.
What's it called?
This one, this is a kamikaze sculpin.
It was in the, I think it was in the.
The fly fisherman mag, yep, for sure.
So what color combinations would you tie that in?
I tied in all sorts myself, but what Umpqua sells commercially is obviously the black barred olive, black barred tan with lots of gold flash, and black barred gray with more kind of pearl flash. So you kind of get 3 good color combos. And it does come in 2 sizes. That's the 4. That would be like the large one. It comes in the size 8 as well, so a little guy.
Great job.
Thank you.
Crushed it.
Don't extra break anything, man.
Yeah,
I've already done enough damage today.
I know.
It's a nice bag you got together.
Yeah, thank you.
You travel with it often?
Is that your vice, Matt?
Do you mind if I use it?
No.
Okay.
I think I brought one.
Oh, yeah, you know,
I
you
don't
can.
know if I could use
Oh, we've got plenty of bikes to do.
Okay.
Charlie's is probably around here too.
Cool.
We'll probably do better on that one.
This one has a lot of good mojo, you know.
That's what I need,
Mojo.
That's what catching big fish.
Charlie's is so.
Yeah, I used to say hi there. How you doing, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Good. You've got the turn out.
Yeah, it's been a very busy day today. This is set like, so this is like good. Like, you can, I don't know how much rotating you're gonna do, so it's just a fixed.
It's beautiful. I love what you're doing.
Do you need anything else, you think?
I'm sure I forgot something, but we'll find out in a minute.
Just holler.
Okay, I
Maybe
appreciate
you
you.
can grab the materials in a river.
I already bought a couple things to fill in the gaps, so. Should be good.
Once you're set, I'll set your focus and we'll record, so we'll have a recording of your time.
Great.
On this behemoth of a camera.
Are Charlie's hands big enough? Not sure.
The best part is I tied yesterday at the Sports Expo and I remembered it and I was like, I've been like remembering things that I didn't have there that I wanted, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But vice is sort of a kind of a basic piece, you know, that you usually would think about.
It's so basic, it could be easily overlooked.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So much shit.
Alright, we're gonna swap that as much as I don't wanna mess with any aspect of this entire process.
There's gotta just be a setting on the camera to not, it's just gotta.
I think there is, I just
Due to
think, I think it's
inactivity.
that new camera smell, basically.
Yeah, if you're not using the, I'm gonna shut off.
Well, I think it'll be nice, I mean, Garrison's gonna tie something delightful and new, so there's no recording of you, I assume, yeah.
Correct.
Well, you could proactively record it
Yeah, so we'll be doing
and then
that for
save
this.
it for whenever.
Yeah. Well, that is.
I'm thinking right there.
You would never think it based on today, but I do try to plan. at least. We're all trying to battery today.
It's not like micro tubing.
I think it's kind of the
It
same.
looks like
It's like just super pearlescent, like
Yeah.
kind of UV-ish.
Yeah, that particular color.
Okay.
We're not-
You up next there, Garrison? That's me, buddy. I'm up. I'm getting prepped, getting excited.
Okay.
No, I was looking at the thermostat. Yeah. It is warm.
Yeah, it is. Do you like that bottom?
I do.
Yeah, Rush has one of those too. I kind of like the thicker rib.
You don't like it?
I kind of like it.
Yeah, yeah. It's meant for like a hand,
Yeah, exactly.
a full size hand.
Instead of an edge
Right.
on it.
Move you around a little bit. Yeah. Touch goose. We want to be on the white.
I like that for the reflection.
Great.
Charlie has it there though.
There you go.
Almost.
Why not?
So yeah, you're set. Once you're down in this position, you'll be in perfect focus.
Okay. And you are going to be recording.
So this won't record. The nicest camera will have you covered.
Okay, cool.
There'll be the
But
live
I
stream
should
of
be
your chatting.
talking about the pattern and all that stuff. Just cool. And but I don't need a mic or anything.
Nope, it's actually picking up pretty good.
Okay, cool.
Just watch like rolling around in the chair a bit because of this leg behind you.
Yeah, I noticed that was pretty tight back there.
I just did. It might take a bit to. I could go a little lower, but that's it. I can't get any tighter one. Yeah. And like, can you adjust
Maybe
it?
crop. The other option would be to try to do that second shot we talked about.
Yeah.
And moving that here on yours.
Yeah.
What do you think? You want to try that? Pretty much everybody's complaining on the stream.
I have that bottom too. It's just
How do you get through it?
Far
there's
away.
this
Yeah,
weird
it's far
like
away.
inside here. There's Jake. What's inside this thing? There's like this weird like little loop or bracket or something inside that it's not a straight. It's not just one hollow tube. There's something inside that brings it down. I can't
Yeah, I
describe
feel
it.
like I
Oh,
can't
really?
suck it.
Yeah,
through
you need
my-
a threader. You have to use a threader with that.
Huh,
Do you see a threader
I
over
haven't
there?
messed with that bobbin.
No?
Charlie probably doesn't have a threader.
Oh, it doesn't. Well, I'm gonna have to tie with my tried and true non-Umpqua.
Here, these are for you.
That's
The loops are too small for me. fit in there? Huh?
Yeah.
Charlie's new favorite.
No, it was a thread. It should be fine.
Too small for me.
I brought it out. No.
It's funny, I threaded it.
Yeah, there's something weird about that. You need a threader for that, Bob. I love it, but you need a threader for it. See, that's Charlie.
Just because I want to use the Umpqua one.
No, it's an awesome one. I like it.
I just got it yesterday.
Oh, you know, I have a threader. Hold on. I have a threader in my box.
Oh,
Oh, there's that thing. I'm gonna check that out with the next rush.
Not here.
Good. I'm good. Appreciate it though.
You know, when you go to the dentist and you get those loops to put the thread through your teeth, those work good as threaders.
There you go. I bet they do. Yeah. All right, team, how are we looking? Are we ready?
Yeah.
You didn't sound super confident about that.
No, you look great. Don't ever worry about that. And Violet.
Should we tell the people outside?
Yeah, have
These are Charlie's new favorite scissors.
Oh yeah.
Super sharp.
Garrison, we're starting here.
Oh man, yeah, I've been holding off, but maybe that'd be delightful. Yeah, what's that? That fancy looking West Coast looks delightful.
Let me set you up.
I appreciate you. I did. Were you there?
Yes, I was sitting behind you, tying,
Oh,
listening. to you.
great. Awesome. Okay, good. Well, when I get going, Ryan, you're on it. I appreciate you.
Hi, Jonathan.
Here you go, sir. Awesome. Thank you so much. Sweet meat caddis deep and the sweet meat salad. Sweet meat sally's new. Do you know what a yellow sally is? Well, do you? Tell me about it.
Like the sweet meat salad.
Well, a little bit different. So yellow sally is a tiny little stonefly. So it's a stonefly, but it's remarkably small and kind of golden, olivey, yellowy. But it's a cool little bug, and in certain watersheds, it's really, really good. And there's not a ton of like nymph patterns out for it. I think it's a little bit underutilized. That's what this is imitating. It's the same construction as the sweet meat caddis, but being a stonefly, it's got some legs, a little bit of tail on it. You'll see. Should we go? Okay, tell me when.
Battery. You did? I'm not registering anything. That might be a dead battery.
Do we have a fresh?
We have a charger one.
Okay.
Why that? I don't know. It nothing's coming on.
I hit live stream the last 2 days.
I was doing that.
Jake, there's nothing on this tripod, right?
No.
I can move this. Oh, you're good.
Just so I'm not worried about dinging it. See, I'm not getting anything on the display. The others are all pretty weird.
Should we just do the other one?
Well, this one's going to be going no matter what.
Cool.
So this one's going to be the live one. This will be recording, and the TV is hypothetically. You know, we got to make sure everybody gets their own fair share of technical issues, right?
Absolutely. I didn't want to be left out. You guys are gonna have this, smooth.
He needs multiple chargers.
He does. There we go. There we go. Battery's mediocre, but
I think the battery's dying quicker because it's on quarter.
probably. We'll see what happens, right?
We're not gonna make it, are we? Should I do the Sally first?
Do the Sally first then.
Yeah. Try to see if it's getting warm yet.
Is this one?
No.
Yeah.
None of them were pretty sure.
There we go.
Almost.
Close. There we go. I think we are not going to record it, so we get more light. Cool. We'll set you up with one with us then. Great. But you're good. Okay. All right, everyone. My name's Garrison, Signature Tyer for Umpqua Feather Merchants. Also co-owner of Rep Your Water Apparel. Some stuff out here in Charlie's. We appreciate them. I'll be tying a couple of bugs for you today. These are both tungsten jig trout nymphs. This is a new pattern that's going to be coming out with Umpqua here soon. It's called a Sweet Meat Sally. This one it's going to imitate a yellow Sally, roughly. I don't want to put any lead behind this bead on this fly, so I'm just going to lock this in with a little bit of thread. This is tied on a 450 BL Jig 60 Umpqua hook. Great little sticky hook. Nice wide gap on it. One of my favorite trout hooks. And I'm oversizing the bead just a little bit on this one. This is a 3.3 mil tungsten, so this is going to cut through some fast water pretty good and get it down for you. So this is a pretty simple, easy tie. You guys could crank these out pretty quick. I'm just going to work back to the bend, maybe just a little bit more. And then I'm going to add in a little bit of fine barred floss as a split tail. You know, yellow Sallies are a tiny little stonefly, right? So we're going to emulate that stonefly anatomy on this with a little split tail on this guy. And I'm going to trim that pretty short. We don't need much on this. Those little stonefly tails aren't huge, so just a little tail. I'm gonna work this all the way forward over top of those legs to keep a nice even abdomen, because we're gonna come in and wrap wire on this thing like a copper john. This one actually, unlike my Sweet Meat Caddis, I'm not going to use solid wire. We're going to have a thread under and just rib it with wire, give it a little bit more texture. So I'm using UTC Golden Olive for this. I think it has a really nice yellow Sally coloration to it. It's a little bit yellow, it's a little bit green, a little bit of flash to it. So try and get a little bit of taper to the body. Doesn't need to be perfect. The fish don't care. But just a little taper to this thread body. And then I'm going to rib forward relatively evenly. And at this point, you could come in and do a really thin coat of UV over top of that rib. And that would just really like lock that wire down and give it some more durability. I'm not too worried about that right now. It's going to be just fine how it is. And then we're going to do a little bit more micro fine barred floss on each side. Make a little stonefly leg X on this guy. Just kind of position those how you want them, so you get a decent little symmetrical X. We're going to trim those off. Once again, pretty short. I just want to add a little stonefly leg texture, but you know, those stonefly legs are pretty short. So something like that is going to be perfect. And then we're going to dub a little bit of body, a little bit of thorax on this. I'm using ice dub gray, kind of flashes, some like greens and yellows. Something with just a little flash, I think, is nice. for this thorax. And you can be kind of messy with your dub loop here. We want a little texture, or not just with your dub and noodle, I should say. We want a little texture on this. So work that, and it doesn't take much. And then just like my sweet meat caddis fly, what we're gonna do here is add some CDC on the hook point side of the fly. I'm going to use some tan or ginger CDC, and this just adds some really great movement to the fly. It's like antennas, it's lifelike. Also having the water resistant material, the CDC, just on the hook point side helps the fly ride hook point up. Obviously, it's a jig hook, so it's going to want to ride hook point up anyway. But with the water resistant CDC on just this top side, really helps this thing stay oriented in the water how you want it. So I just have a nice little tuft of ginger tan CDC. I want this a little bit longer than the, past the bend of the hook. So tie this in, wrap in front, can cut that relatively tight. And then the only thing we're going to do to finish this fly is just add a tiny bit of a dub and collar just to kind of clean up that area right behind the bead. So you get a couple things there. I'm just going to use the same hare's ear ice dub with a little flash, but I'm going to go a nice tight little dubbing noodle here. And like I said, you do not need much here. Just enough to kind of clean it up. And then all we need to do is throw a couple whip finishes on this guy. And you're going to have a really durable, buggy, little yellow Sally nymph. So obviously this thing is going to ride in the water. See if I can clamp this back in like this, right? With CDC on top and those legs bouncing around for the trout. So that's my signature sweet meat Sally. Pretty quick, easy, dirty fly. Fish them. You guys are going to like it. You can pass that around if you want. Check it out. So the next fly that I'm going to tie for you guys is the sweet meat caddis deep. So it's my sweet meat caddis, but this is the deep version. So nice heavy version for anybody who fishes Euro style nymphs or tight line nymphing. This is a great point fly in fast water, or when you're looking to get down, or maybe like early summer and the water still has a little color in it and you need to kind of cut through some current. This is going to be a great fly for this. So this is a size 14. It's that same Jig 60 450 BL Umpqua hook, but I'm putting a 3.8 mil copper tungsten bead on this. So that 3.8 mil is going to give this thing some pretty good weight. So I want to build up just enough thread behind this bead to lock it in place while I'm tying. Make sure that's going to sit where I want it. And then work this back to the bend of the hook. Touch and turns, as Davey McPhail would say. And then we're not going to put a tail on this guy. It's caddis fly, right? So no tail to be had. And we're going to use one of my favorite colors for this. This is UTC wire. It's a ginger and it's a matte wire, so matte ginger. It's a really buggy caddis color. It has just enough brightness and pop that I think it really gets fish's attention, even if the water is a little off color. But it's a natural enough color that in really clear water, it's still a really great fly. So nice, clean thread wraps as much as you can, because we're going to wrap over top with the wire. I do like to build just a little bit of a taper in the body, but I don't think it matters too much. The fish don't care. So we're just going to wrap this wire forward as clean as we can. And don't worry too much if there's some gaps in this wire. It won't affect how the fly fishes, but for the tyer, we want these nice and tight. And this is going to give us our little pop of caddis orange body. So lock this wire in, a couple turns in front, a couple turns behind. Twist that off. Okay. And then we're going to add a little bit of a dub body to this. Hang tight for cameras. Oh, is it battery or is it?
No, I mean the battery's low, but
It does look red.
it,
Doesn't it?
yeah, they're all red right now.
All right, perfect. So for this colorway, I call this colorway tangerine because that ginger has nice tangerine color. I like either a peacock or this is olive brown ice dub. Has a little bit of that caddis green with the UV brown that kind of reflects almost purple. It's a really, really good buggy caddis color. So once again, kind of messy on this is fine. We want this to have a little texture to it. Just a little nice little ball behind the bead. And you can even come in here and kind of fuss some of these fibers out if you want. Give that a little more bugginess. And then we're going to come on the top and add that CDC, if you will, on here. And for this, I'm going to use just a natural dun CDC. I like the kind of clean gray. And you just want a nice little clump that we're going to distribute over the top, the hook point side. Keeps that fly riding how we want in the water, right? And don't worry if some of these fibers are a little too long, we can pinch them off after we tie them in. So just hold that clump on the top, lock it in, couple wraps in front, couple wraps behind, trim it off if we can. And the only kind of fussy part of this pattern is I like two fibers of duck flank fiber on either side of the fly right here. And those are kind of an homage to a caddis antenna. They have a little texture to this. I think they really add a nice little caddis kind of touch to this fly. Like I said, it's the only part of this fly that's a little bit on the fussier end of things. Any kind of duck flank fiber that you like has some nice barring to it. I'm using some hooded merganser here, has kind of a nice mahogany, but teal flank, mallard flank, anything with some good strong barring on it is perfect. So see if you can grab just two fibers and position them to be longer than you're going to want your CDC, because we want these antennas extending out longer than CDC. Okay, so we got two on that side. Let's get on this side. Turn this side so I can see. You can do kind of one loose wrap and potentially move these around a little bit to where you want them and lock them in. Trim those off pretty tight. And then finish this fly. I like to finish this with a little bit of a contrast collar. Gives it a little pop in the collar behind the copper bead. And I don't know if you guys can see anything on that screen. doesn't look the best, does it? Do this one. Let's go this one.
I don't think it's this one, is it? I'm sure it is.
There we go. We can kind of see. Okay, so we're gonna add a little backcock collar on this, and like I said, we're gonna add a nice little contrast pop behind that bright copper bead. A nice tight little dubbing noodle of this black peacock. Really doesn't take much. We just want to get like 2 turns, and that's ready to go. Gonna whip finish this off a couple times for good measure in case it's crushing some fish, which it always does. It should. And that is the sweetmeat caddis deep in tangerine, in the tangerine colorway with that matte ginger wire. So it's gonna ride like that in the water. And like I said, if this CDC, if you feel like some of these fibers are a little long, don't cut it with your scissors, just come in and pinch it off with your fingernail. Keep kind of the natural tips to it. But you can come in and just kind of pinch that off to where you want it if you feel like it's a little long, but it fishes well long too. So that is the sweet meat deep. Does anybody have any questions on that? Comments? Thoughts? It's a nice beginner tie as well. It's not, nothing super technical, and a great just workhorse trout nymph that you can tie quickly. That's really durable. If you want to kind of fill up a box with some good nymphs.
Garrison,
Yes, sir.
when do you choose between the sweet meat and the sweet meat? What's your thought process on that?
Well, let's see. I think it's more about the water than the water depth when you're nymphing. In other words, like if the water's not moving very fast, you can have a very weighted fly if it has time to sink that will get all the way to the bottom, right? If the water's moving fast, you need to get down fast. So if I'm fishing deeper, faster water, I'm going to go with a sweet meat deep. The sweet meat deep is pretty heavy. So if you are going to fish it under a dry dropper in like a size 14, it's got to be a really big dry, or it's going to be constantly sinking your dropper, right? So in terms of thinking about a dry dropper rig, if you want to get down fast, I would fish the size 16 deep, or think about a regular. If I'm tight nymphing, like European style nymphing, I really like a deep on my point fly. If I'm not fishing a sweet meat caddis as my point and I'm fishing it on the tag, a lot of times I will fish the sweet meat regular because I like that tag fly to ride a little bit higher in the column potentially, right? It just kind of depends on how fast you want to get down, how fast the water is, and what type of rig you're positioning your fly, Any other questions?
Why did you name it sweet meat deep instead of deep sweet meat?
That is a good question. Now I'm questioning everything. Yeah, that's right. Feel like we had to lead with sweet meat, right? Being the brand, if you will, we had to lead with the sweet.
Sounds like a follow-on.
Yeah, that's right. If you guys want to see a different colorway or a different one, I'm happy to tie one. Or if we want to wrap, I know we're running a little bit behind anyway, so I'm good if you're good.
If there's no further questions, no more meat questions.
No more meat questions.
So let's keep rolling. We'll go to the guys in fishing quick fight next.
Great.
Thanks, Garrison.
Yeah, thanks for coming, you guys. Appreciate you listening. I couldn't tell what was happening. There's so many lights up here, I can't even see out there.
That might be a good thing.
That might be good. Yeah. You were asleep most of the time. Is that what you're telling me? I thought so.
It's a little fugly.
Yeah. You got a good cat nap during that session? There you go. There you go. Raj, have you ever tied a milkfish fly? Try to tie a couple.
I don't even know.
Well, as far as I can tell, it's something like this. It's just like a wad of algae with a copepod blue hot spot.
Are they herbivores?
Yeah, they are. They eat like plankton, phytoplankton, turtle grass. Do you need any materials or anything?
Charlie said he's got a patent already also.
Yeah, that's a great color. That
Why is it,
matte ginger.
is that a natural color for caddis?
Yeah, I think that, you know, most of them are more in the yellow and yellow green range, but they definitely can get in that orange. Yeah.
So I have a question.
Yes.
So when you have caddis in the still water, like in the lake. So, but I don't know how to still water, how are you tied?
So if I was tying,
Just tell me, and I'll look it up.
so to be honest with you, I don't fish caddis nymphs in lakes. I would fish a dry. You know, if
don't
I'm
know.
gonna fish subsurface in a lake,
I have a
I'm
new
gonna tie
caddis.
something. I'm gonna
that
fish
nobody's
something
ever
with a
seen.
little bit more juice to it. You know, like it's
And
probably
then I gotta
a
look through my
leech
bag. I like threw a bunch of
or
stuff in there this morning. so
Chironomid. I just don't feel like the
Something
fish
cool.
are keyed in on the subsurface as
I don't know what
much.
it'll be.
In the lake, I feel like you're better off fishing the dry fly. But that's just me. I
Oh,
don't
maybe a
fish
fat
a lot
Angie.
of caddis nymphs
Yeah,
in
I was gonna
lakes.
do that this morning.
Yeah, for whatever reason. But you could tie this same pattern with a very light
So Charlie,
bead
when you
or
tie
no bead.
the
And I
juju,
bet
the
it
I
would.
was wondering, but I.
Yeah, I bet it would do well. I'm gonna try it now.
Floral fiber, like, are you doing a
I
weed
go
case
to,
still?
Down Park.
Yeah.
You're doing a juju betas?
The juju
Oh,
betas,
yeah.
but you remember you did really small with the beads? You sent me some pictures
Those,
So, yeah.
later.
Well, no, so you tie the floral fiber in before the first bead, just like you would your regular bead. Then
Okay,
you jump your thread between the beads and you go thorax up the thread. So it's just
between
tied.
between the two.
Yeah,
You
like
just
a
gotta make sure
sparkle
you leave
pooper or
space.
something?
Yeah, don't
Cause-
count them together. You
cause
gotta
I
leave
was-
space in between.
I think that's what I was.
And then when you fold the wing case over, it comes over the back bead, but does not go over the front bead. So the legs come out between the two beads.
Between the two, I'm kept
So it's still a bead head,
Uh-huh.
but it has a bead in it.
Yeah.
So,
Like a two-bit.
Well, I bet if you
Hook,
tied
you know,
this
regular
Yeah.
on a straight eye
So the wing
hook,
case is
I
tied.
wouldn't
tied
tie it
in,
on a jig.
Tied off between the two.
you know, if you're
And I
fishing in
just kept
still
trying to bring
water,
them all the
I
way
would
to the
tie it
front.
on a straight
And then
eye
I'm looking
hook,
at it, I'm like,
and I would tie it without a bead,
Yeah, so it's still a bead
and
head
just
fly, so
let
your
the
bead's
wire
still at the head.
be the weight,
yeah.
got it.
you know? And then you could twitch it or slow strip it a little bit.
Yeah, cause I do fill out the valuable.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. I'm gonna try that too. Yeah, Antero's great. Oh, there's huge fish in there. Huge fish in there. Charlie, I'm gonna try to get my shit out of your way here real quick. I'm done.
You're done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Huh?
I'm not next.
You missed it apparently. Just kidding. Okay.
You want the whole kit or just want the eyes?
No, just the eyes. I think I have all the other stuff with me. Is it okay?
I think there's a two.
I've got some books.
That should be everything you need.
Do you want me to color the line yellow? I didn't on mine. Didn't you do it? You're on the production ones. There's some yellow.
Oh, it's got like a amber mark.
Yeah. I was just. I concept. Yeah.
That'll be part of it. Okay, Raj, let me just put this stuff away and I'll be out.
No, you take your time. I gotta go use the restroom.
Cool. Do it. Yes. Here. You have a key.
I can't find it.
You have I'll make sure I'm getting the wrong. Put those in your box. Yeah.
It's the J16s then.
Right. Yeah.
What
Well,
size? What size are these 16s?
that's a 16. That's a 14.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, they're both. Both.
What did you put around the bead again? Like just
The collar.
yeah, the collar.
That's just iced up black peacock. That's a great color though. You should have that.
Yeah, and the other one was just iced up.
That is a brown olive. Yeah, they're both iced. I'm like a huge iced up
Yeah, I like it.
proponent. I use it on everything. It's got just like that nice little bit of sparkle. It has good like texture to
3.3 millimeters, and this one's like 4.
that. Yeah, 3.8 and a 3.3, a 3.2 or a 3.3.
I always forget which set of beads I need.
I've had to like, dude, I had to like actually start remembering that stuff with these production patterns, you know, because I used to never like be like, yeah, whatever bead is in this bag, you know, like whatever, I don't care. And now I'm like, oh, I actually kind of need to like, know.
This will get better. This is not way better.
It's awesome. It's good.
He needs you to hold his hand.
Yeah, I can't wait. I told you I love shopping.
You did. That is verbatim quote from earlier.
That's it.
Well, we guessed 50 people. 75, and I think maybe it's half. I mean, there's like 75 of them.
Okay.
I'm gonna find it.
Jimmy, you okay?
Yeah.
How did it sound? Is it all right?
Sounded great.
Okay. It's funny back behind those lights, you can't even. It's like hard to interact with people. You know, it's so
such
bright.
a wall.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you did great, dude.
But it looks good.
Thank you.
So where's the? I didn't know over there. Let's go.
Yeah, well,
Watch
fun.
the.
Great to see you
So
again.
good to see you.
Good to see you again.
You're awesome.
I look forward to seeing your.
We'll see what happens. I don't know.
I'll get to see it no matter what.
I got to see
You do.
Give him something to fish.
Oh, I'm the last person to test any flies.
Not testing, just.
I would love to fish.
I was stalking your page, you just gotta go with someone who knows what they're doing, right?
My personal page is just drawings on the dog for my all everything I do.
I think you guys follow each other, right? I think that's where I saw it. That base guy,
Yeah.
So.
I dig it.
I love it. It's a really.
I personally really did like raptors. I was here. And I had a drawing of my current flag. And that's pretty good. I can't get that close to hold right now. That's better. But it is wrapped on itself, so it's kind of like Charlie's bead, but instead of the needle being part of it, it's wrapped up and some screw up back down, so it's a little looser and it sits a little funkier. So I've only had less. I'm just trying to see which is that.
Right?
Let me start. Like a struck's still here. I caught my first fish on that fly.
I think I'm gonna tie it to the show. I've been trying to figure out what flies. Because everybody like triggers. And they're like, they just tie all their own flies.
Yeah.
That's fun. I love that fly.
I think it's a fly. It's that's complex enough. You may mess it up, but we tweak it. But still simple enough that you're like, not dozen these out. So that's my favorite. So this is my work on that, and Netherlands bodies on the white caddis and the mascot. I saw those come through, and I was like, I gotta try to figure out if I can compile them, but I can compile them functionally. But I was thinking of bringing that to some stuff for that body. So I would say one more summer than I'll probably see.
Absolutely.
See if it
I
works.
love paintings.
I would play with that. It's got a pretty big hand hook, so it's got a pretty big gap, and then the left eye, so it just rides different. I've had it murdered once, and Jake was giving me tips on fishing. I just No exaggeration. The second I look away, oh, that makes all sense.
Bam!
And
Just
like,
hammer.
the drug dropped the rig, so I've had a couple hits on the dropper. That's the time. It just came up wall to dry, and I like panicked that.
Oh
I was
no!
like, oh god! It just popped it right off. I was like, well, that's the like, I'm gonna go with.
Your heart's still pumping.
Oh,
You're like,
yeah.
oh my God, we gotta do that again.
And Jake was like, I was like, no, we're helping. That was me not being ready.
It will happen.
And then I went to brought it up and we went to Idaho. They were like, that's all I'm in, and that was my best day in the water ever. Factor 4. So I was like, good. Doing the 2. So I was like, oh, I'll try this. That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
It's just crazy. It's like, you know, the only thing that just it's fixed. And that's why you have to have the chill and stuff.
Giant box that was like, you saw
We
the
saw
box. We used 3 flies. We tried another one in, and it did try it out. But those little.
You got everything?
Yeah, he's got the hooks, the bead chain eyes. I'm glad he's got the eyes already made up. No, do we have something to break the bead chain eyes?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's got one. He's got one that's already
Okay.
broken.
But that day we just like, okay, fine, this is one fishing.
I changed flies so much on the water. Like, I'm not.
Go, Rollers, go.
When are you teeing this thing off?
And then he was like, okay, I'm gonna start playing within this little.
As soon as I get all my shit together and I get the okay from media guys.
From the box. Yep, that's the fun of it. Well, I can't wait to put these in the water. Oh boy.
So how long is that mat?
You're gonna be lucky.
Really?
It's been at least a year or 2.
Nuts. I'm gonna try.
Thank you so much.
Good seeing you.
You too.
Is your vice in a good spot for you, Raj?
See
what you gotta do. I'll build off.
Let me just get it. Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
good spot right here.
Great.
Yeah.
And then what are we tying?
Oh. Charlie's bonefish junk.
Oh, nice.
Just make
Is
sure.
that Garrison's vice?
No, that's Winkler's spice.
Oh.
Garrison forgot his spice. For his fly
Kind of important thing, yeah.
No. Silly thing to worry about.
Yeah.
This is-
Let me just figure out how to get this tape off the eyes real quick.
Yeah, no rush.
Everybody's running around. You got your beverage?
I do, thank you.
Don't get nervous. We just had a whole bunch of people jump on the catch.
Are you serious?
Get serious. You can look over and say, "Hi, quick, you're still alive."
All right, I'll be there. Let me just get this. I want to make sure this tape is off the eyes. It's going to be key. Eyes, bead, hook, egg case, that. Good. And I need a bobbin.
Want to try one of the new Tiemco bobbins?
Sure.
Go grab one for you.
Is it the blue one?
No, they're black and white. The blue one's the Umpqua. But Tiemco just sent over some new bobbins
Sure.
that came
Yeah.
out
Sure. I'm happy to. Yeah.
today.
Yeah, for sure.
If this is smaller than you prefer, don't worry about it.
Oh, cool.
Sweet new.
Cheers. Hey, thanks for the beer, too. Raj Noah says hi.
Noah does?
Noah S. He goes, hold up, is that Raj? 9 exclamation or question marks?
Yeah. Noah, do you know Noah?
No, Noah right at the computer. Noah.
Oh, so I can see here.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how Noah's seeing you.
What's up, Noah?
You see, yes. That's a cool little bug. It is. Look at that body. Great little bug.
I love it, and I'm also like, because I've been tying sweet meat with the matte black bead and the bright green, so it's like the exact same profile. And I was like, oh, this would be a great next iteration of sweet meat color, but if that gets in, the rinse gonna shut me down.
Might move it slowly, completely different.
Keep that in the bag just in case. We're ready to go whenever. I don't have quite the audience that Garrison does.
By now, everybody.
Yeah,
beers
yeah,
and.
I actually prefer it this way.
I mean, you got the first shout out online too, so yeah.
I was tired. Nobody said anything about that. Garrison, would you? Yeah. Tell the people. Yeah, let the people know.
Ouch.
No. You want that? Try the battery that's in there.
Is that one been charging for a while?
At least a little bit. The other one was working, it was just in the last quarter. So I've asked you to start it more last day.
I won't move the device anymore. I'll just leave it right here. Hopefully it has a decent amount of battery to it.
Okay.
These are just manually closed.
Bonefish.
Okay.
That's right.
You know when you're ready to go.
Ready? Hey guys, thanks for coming. I'm Raj. I'm with Charlie invited me to Ty. He's been a great friend to us. I'm part of Fishing the Good Fight. It's a local men's mental health nonprofit kind of associated with fly fishing, using fly fishing to help men with mental health issues. We do like group therapy sessions, retreat for men, therapy on the water kind of thing. So today I'm going to be tying Charlie's bonefish junk. So it's going to be a saltwater pattern for permit. For bonefish, but permit will also eat it. So the first thing is I've got 140 denier fire orange thread. And I'm just going to dress the hook all the way back to the shank. I usually stop close to the barb, if I can, then go all the way back up to the top. And then at about the 75% mark is kind of where I stop the thread. And then I'll grab a pair of large bead chain eyes, set them on top of the hook, and then give it a couple firm X wraps. Maybe 3 each way, 3 each way, maybe about 3 or 4 times. And then I think the key, personally, for saltwater fishing, so these eyes don't spin on you on the water. They might, but one of the key wraps in this situation is to go under the dumbbell eye, and just kind of do just like wraps under the eye, because those cross wraps, what happens is they just kind of create this bridge. The wraps that go along the side like this help cinch that all down. And then I'll just kind of check the eyes. Yeah, you can also do a drop of super glue if you want on there. And then I'll take the thread back to about midpoint, about 50% point of the shank of the hook. And then we're going to grab one piece of pink super floss. And another strand of tan super floss. And then I just kind of wrap it around the hook. Sorry, wrap it around the thread. Grab the super floss, kind of get it down onto about the 50% point. Doesn't want to stay. Redo that. So cinch it down right at about the 50% point. Get that super floss tied in. So you'll have really 2 strands of pink, 2 strands of tan, and then hold it back, kind of pull it back, and cinch it down to your stopping point at the bend of the hook. Good. These legs, Charlie says about a hook, shank of the hook to half a shank of the hook, or 1.5% of the hooks. Cut it short. Next step is the a little bit of flash for antennae and those kind of things. Charlie, I think, ties it in. Ties in the this is flat diamond braid, right about at the 50% point as well. Two strands. Wrap that in. And then to create kind of like the antennae and just the flowy nature of a shrimp, he'll brush this out. He'll take a wire brush, just kind of brush out the diamond braid. Get it nice and opened up and flowy. Good. This distance is about 1.5 to 2 hook shanks. And then for an egg sac, he's got some egg yarn in orange. You could use Antron, you could use other orange. And what I'll do with this, at this point, what I'll do is I'll bring the thread back to the eye. I want this to be just a little bit shorter than my antennae and all that stuff, maybe about 50% of that distance. I'll bring it to the eye here and tie that in. And why I like it at the eye is so that I help create just a uniform body. Just adds a little more to the body, just to keep it uniform. Tie that in. And you could probably fish it like that, but if you want to make it look kind of cool, I'll take the yarn, I'll open up the scissors and just kind of fray it a little bit at a kind of like a downward angle. So you kind of create that profile there. And then lock it in, a couple wraps. The next step is putting in some eyes. Now, Charlie, with this fly, Charlie literally picked up a shrimp that he found in the Bahamas and noticed that they had some green eyes. And so he kind of pulled this fly after the shrimp he saw down there. So we've got some green eyes here, which is basically mono with some UV to create the eyes. So on the side, I'm going to put the eye in. The eye just just past the bend of the hook. And I'll hold it parallel with the shank of the hook with my thumb, and I'll just kind of tie it in all the way to the bead chain and then back. What that allows me to do is if I want to adjust closer to the bend of the hook, it gives me a little bit more wiggle room to kind of use my thumb, kind of get it in the right spot where I want it. And then I'll do this, if you've got a rotary vise, I'll just flip it over. Do the same thing on the other side, same distance as the first eye, right along the shank, the side shank of the hook. And I always go up towards the bead because of that fact that I can maneuver it closer to the end of the hook. Once I've got those in, then you can just cut off the tags. And then I'll wrap it back, trying to keep a nice uniform body. Watch the hook point, it'll fray your thread. And then with the eyes, you can always take your fingers and just kind of poke them back a little bit, just to kind of prop them out a little bit. I've seen a lot of other folks heat up a piece of metal, whether it's a bodkin or whatever, and just give it a little touch right there to kind of lock it in place. But most of the time, just pushing it back will splay the eyes out. All right. And then so now we got to create some. So I've got 2 strands of tan, 2 strands of pink. It's the uniform lengths here. And on the top, which is technically going to be the bottom of the fly eventually, I leave from the eye, I'm going to leave just a little bit of gap. Actually, you know what? First of all, so diamond braid is going to be the body. And you want a nice long piece of diamond braid because you're going to end up eventually wrapping through the eyes to make a nice clean head. So you want a nice long piece of diamond braid. You can kind of twist it to create like a little tie-in point. So I'm going to tie that right behind the egg sac there on my side. And then you take your legs, so 2 of pink again and 2 of tan, super floss. I'll leave a little bit of a gap for the diamond braid. And I just tie it right on top of the shank of the hook. And then I'll grab the just kind of work them along the shank of the hook, and then I'll leave the same gap by the eye. So it's really not tied all the way to the eyes or all the way to the back. Just kind of cinch those in, and then take my thread and go to the head because that's where I'm going to end up finishing the fly. So the next step is wrapping the body with diamond braid. the legs. Pull the front kind of legs up at an angle. Just wrap your diamond braid body. So I've got 4 little strands here. I'm going to take one of them, like in the middle, one of the middle ones, and kind of push it back and wrap over it. So now I've got 3 legs up front, and I've got one kind of going off to the back. And I'll wrap that in to about the midpoint of the hook. And then I'll take one of the in the back. I'll take one out of the middle maybe and wrap it forward and get that cinched down in the middle. So now I'll have 2 legs in the middle. One's going to be going one way, one's going to go the other way, but since the fly's head is that way, we're going to take the one that's going the opposite direction, move it forward a little bit, wrap on top of it to get it to go forward. And just create the body. And then you've got 3 strands now left in the back for your legs, and I'll lift them all, wrap behind it. To create the body still. And then I'll do a couple X wraps around the eyes just to make a nice, clean, neat head. Try to cover as much thread as possible. Don't think the fish really care. And then tie that off. Cut it out. Okay. So I'll rotate this so you can, I don't know if you can kind of see here. I've kind of covered the X wraps of the V chain with the diamond braid. And I've got my legs kind of going the direction of the fly. Just clean up the head a little bit. All right. Then the next step is another section of diamond braid wing. So I've got a longer piece. I don't want it to end up, I kind of want the distance to be even with the fly. So I've kind of got a little bit of a longer piece of diamond braid this time. Wrap it around the hook, take the thread and bring it right on top. And wrap it in. And then again, we're going to brush out this diamond braid to kind of create some wispy fibers. This fly has a ton of movement. So it's just a pretty simple wire brush, just brushing out the diamond braid. Then I'll just kind of let it sit back here and I'll trim it up later. Next step is the top section of the wing of the fly, or the top covering of the shrimp, which is polar fiber. You need a nice, it's really helpful to have longer blade scissors for this. What I'll do is I'll take a blade length of some polar fiber. Just kind of hold it in my fingers, pull it up, hold it in my fingers, and then just cut it off with the pseudo skin. take it in my fingers and just kind of stroke it out. Now, with polar fiber, you've got, it's super long, and you've got a lot of fibers up here that are a little bit longer than the. Is it showing which camera is it on? Hold it, so fly. So you got some fibers that are a little bit longer. What I'll do is grab some of the longer fibers at the tip, pull them through my fingers, and then reset it equal to the rest of the fibers. What that does is, polar fiber.
I don't think we have the battery for it.
Really, some of the polar fiber, if you want to thicken up the wing a little bit, it just kind of helps stack it and get it a little thicker. So I'll measure the wing about a hook shank to 2 hook shanks off. Grab it with the other finger. Find where I'm going to tie it in at. And then put a couple wraps on top of that. I'll do also a couple wraps below it, just to kind of prop up an area where I can get a good clean cut. There you go. And then you just kind of cover the polar fiber, make a nice clean head with your thread. And then whip finish. we're big fly fishermen, and we're like, we should leverage this somehow. Even though it's kind of like innate that like men go out to fly fish to be alone, and you know, but in this society, just to codify it and to make it a thing. Yeah. So we do tying nights at Zuni Street Brewing. Our Instagram is probably the best way to learn about like what events we have going on.
Sure.
But we'll also do like men's retreats where we take where you apply everything. Excuse me, where we take men out. It's part fly fishing, part therapy on the water. Sure. So we have a licensed therapist out there, and it's group therapy. Yeah, sure. So and it's all like HIPAA compliant. Like it's like whatever you say there stays there. The biggest thing we found is that like it's just created a network of like-minded folks who are struggling, men, I should say, who are struggling with depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, like those kind of things. And just creates like we've been doing this for about 2 or 3 years now. We've got a group of guys who like I'm on the text chain, but like they're texting each other like, hey man, you guys want to go down to Pueblo? Like so there's that brotherhood community thing. Yeah, for us. And it's like okay, like when you're in that space and you're fishing with these guys, you can talk about anything.
Right, exactly.
You can be like, damn dude, I've been just way too much, like, and I just blew up on my family the other day or whatever. And it's like, we understand.
Yeah, just having a bad day. Whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So he's the executive director. I'm on the board. So we got our start by tying flies and selling them, and then we would make money, and then we would donate it to like local mental health resources or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, it's awesome.
And yeah, we made a couple $1,000 here or there. And then we got to the point where, like, with his connections and everything, and we've got some big dollar donors, so we're trying to go bigger than just tying flies. So the fly tying has kind of gone down a little bit. But we're still going to put together boxes for people who are beginners, like a tailwater box, like a Cheeseman box.
Right, yeah.
And the educational piece is still
And
there.
the educational, yeah. So, I mean, I get, when we first started, I still get messages from a guy who's like, ask me questions like, hey man, I'm going to fish northern Georgia. Like, what do you think this pheasant tail looks like?
Yeah,
I'm like, well, I think pheasant tail looks good. Here's where you can kind of augment it a little bit.
I got you.
So it's just kind of destigmatizing it. Fly fishing can be pretty intimidating to some people, and we're just the kind of people who are like, no, it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to talk to me about something, I'm not going to be on my high horse. Like, I think
It's ultimately fishing.
it's ultimately
Exactly,
fishing.
I
Right?
mean,
Yeah, it's
you
like
can't take
not
it
just
too
like,
seriously.
I will but at the same time, I'll be like, you're wool bugs. Shit.
That's because they want to progress as well.
Yeah,
So it's good.
I'm hard on people. Like, I want you to get better.
Exactly.
So.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's a great cause.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think we may have some flyers out there.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we've got some flyers up by the up by the register.
And we do time nights every other week. We teach a different
You said down
pattern.
Zuni?
Yeah. And then once it warms up, we do fish alongs every other week. And then we've got our retreats, which are a blast. We go fish private property, all around Wyoming, Colorado, Montana. And it's, the cool part about it is, like, the fishing's fun, but you get to meet these guys, 20 plus guys that are all like, we're in this shit together, dude. Like,
Fishing's kind of like secondary almost.
right. It's like,
It is secondary. Yeah, it's a vehicle. It's
Exactly.
a conduit. It's a conduit to opening up and being dudes together.
right.
Because chicks like look out for each other and shit.
Yeah, they have a lot of get-togethers and shit.
Yeah, and like we don't do that shit, right? So like
Keep
we're like,
ourselves.
it's okay. Like it's okay to be out there, and
I'm not doing good.
I'm not doing
Let's
it.
talk about it.
Yeah, and it fucking helps. Like, he's one of my best friends, and I tell the story a lot because it just happened. But I got drunk one night and said some dumb shit about him, but we were able to overcome it. Sure.
But yeah, it's just guys that are all just be better.
Yeah, well, I feel like with guys too, especially, it's a lot of ego.
We get rid of the dick measuring contests. It's like,
Well, the word sport doesn't help. You make it a sport, it's competitive.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, 10 years ago, I would have never been able to go up to him and be like, I'm really sorry for what I said, and I really love you. You know, like I would never have been able to say that.
That's a progression in life, then, man. We all start to hit it, so why not talk about it earlier than wait until you're 40, you know, or however we'll figure it out.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the goal.
No, that's cool, man. Good for you guys. Kudos.
Let me get rid of some of this junk out of your way.
Do you guys have like a communication person on your team? Or?
So we're kind of at this inflection point where, you know, we're 3 years in. We've got one full-time employee that runs our ops, and it's basically like our board that handles everything else. But like we're always looking for help. You know, like we need help everywhere.
No, I get it. I'll just So I host a podcast.
Oh, cool.
Super low key. But
Thank you.
a lot of
Yeah, man.
recent guests.
Hope you learned
guys.
something. Hope I taught you something. It's my first time doing something like this. So
Man, it's awesome.
I was a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we all had to jump into it. Like, I grew up on the East Coast, like offshore fishing, right? This is all very new, but still resonates. You're here tying, you know, saltwater flies, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So it's been fun to
I think I was the kind of change up. Everyone's been doing trout flies, so trout or stillwater, bass.
Right.
So we got a saltwater guy.
Which is cool because that's what's, you know, Dad runs it. Offshore, so he runs this boat. He finds a lot of families.
There's a good way to get
But I'm
started.
trying to
We've got our website.
start using some fly, right? Like use those outriggers to get the fish in, but then let's catch them on the fly.
Fly,
So I've been really working
There's
on
some
that.
dudes, you should really look into it. There's some dudes out in, I don't know where you're from, but
I'm Jim.
Chesapeake Bay.
okay. Stripers and shit. Yeah.
But yeah, no,
So,
podcasts all the time. I love that.
In Baja, you know, there's some dudes that are doing sail fish and stuff on the fly without chucking, without bringing it in.
See, that's what I want.
And,
It's like real
and Mako shark on the fly. These guys are fishing like 15 weight stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's the
It's a
problem.
new thing.
I like
It's
that.
just starting to grow.
Growing up, that's what we did. Like, we chummed or get bait fish and play this game of next fish to the next fish to the next fish and sizing up. I organically always wanted to attract them out there.
Yeah.
And that's why we're doing this.
Yeah.
Like, can we get to them?
At the same time, though, the ocean, it's just like
Talking about it.
How burning diesel fuel, man? It's expensive.
it's expensive. Yeah. How are you gonna bring your in the flats? I mean, the flats at least you can kind of pull
Right.
and you can find them
Yeah.
and you hunt them.
But you got to get down to
In
South
open
Carolina
ocean
and below for that.
In open ocean, there's like
to where we are
We
above
underestimate
Carolina. You got to get offshore to the Gulf Stream. You have to run like other boats. So it's tuna, mahi. It's a different game. But you get bay. I don't see a lot of folks. I think there's one fly shop in Outer Bay and Max Head. And that's it.
reds, going for reds or
Pretty much reds. Anything. I'm just trying to get people to understand that if you imitate a bait fish, you can catch other fish. And I think that's the whole moral of the place. But to have one fly shop in a 3-state radius in the middle of the Gulf Stream is surprising.
yeah.
With all these great places that you can fish flats. So James Trip, I got all these great waterways, but people don't do it.
So, yeah.
So
I was actually just reading an article
You said
the other day
and like guys
about how there may be a mandate now to go to circle hooks.
Like they've been through the VA, like they
Yeah.
don't want to sit in a room with other veterans.
I just don't, I don't have a good appreciation for how the striker situation is.
right. And on the flip side, for someone that's I grew up there, my great grandfather was a water, my grandfather, my dad, and to be watermen. The rules and laws and regulations have made fishing become a pastime that people don't do. You have to have the money to do it. And so you went from when I was a kid catching like doormat.
Absolutely, yeah. So if you forget that, go on our website.
Maybe 20 times a keep so people can't catch that. So it was this, and now you see only people with money fish, unless you can sit on the dock, which there's no catfish. You're not getting the same experience. So it's been hard. The rules and regulations. By the time you run fuel with how expensive that is, with the even black sea bass, for instance, you can catch them left and right. You go to a restaurant, they charge you $40-50 a plate for black sea bass. But the regulations are outrageous when they're plentiful. You can catch them. It's just been a.
How'd I do?
Great, man.
How's it?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Was it good? How was it? I couldn't pay attention to the video.
Explanations were good. Yeah, video was good.
All right. You want this one?
Is it translated to the game? I walk out with 2 flies.
Yeah.
I walked out with a crowd too. Fanboy.
Hey, James. This is Jason.
Hey, what's up, man?
Jason, very nice to meet you from
Yeah,
Texas.
Jennings.
He's also a big Charlie guy.
Okay.
He's one of my Mayfly co-mentors.
Oh, nice. Good deal. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome program.
Jennings runs our nonprofit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The good fight.
Fishing the good fight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Are you gonna do the show? The fly fishing show?
We're looking into it. Getting
Oh,
Yeah, we're trying to.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I think the
I'll let
Mayfly
you
is
know.
too.
I'll let you know. Are you gonna work that booth?
I think I am.
Yeah, because I may have to start with
Yeah.
this.
Cool.
But I'll see you around there for sure.
Absolutely. You fishing anytime soon?
Tomorrow. I'll fish tomorrow.
Where you going?
Did you ever meet Steve Nagy? He used to run Mayfly. He was the first RC. He actually just called me earlier today as I'm on my way in here.
Okay.
Hey, you want to fish tomorrow? So
Cool.
You're down. You have my number now, right? So send me a text. I'm supposed to text him tonight, so if you want to, let me know, because he might come too.
Okay, cool.
So it'll be the four of us, and then I'll just put us all in one.
Close it out.
On Monday I'm gonna fish too. So
You are on Monday? I'm this thing called backup call for the hospital. Where I'm not technically working, but if somebody gets sick or can't come in, so I can't. I have to have some. Roads as you would. Not too lots down street, so this is
gonna camo it up.
my home.
This is my.
I love to the camo juju.
It's the coolest thing.
You get tired.
It is the cool. It is the cool.
Hey, do you have any interest in like teaching?
Yeah. So.
Like teaching tying?
For like entry level people.
Yeah, because for our time night and stuff, like we have kind of a lot of guys that would try.
Yeah, I'd love to.
I know you can.
I'd love to.
So.
Yeah. The introductory stuff. I'm very good.
Yeah, like I'm the basic.
Exactly.
That's what.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's naturally sweet. I'll connect you guys. Send me your email address. Do you follow Signature?
I do.
Okay. So you know what our time nights are.
Yeah,
what we're
I do.
and all that. So just, all you really need to do is just show up. In the winter, because in the summertime we found that the participation rate drops because everyone's out hiking. In the winter. Yeah, I'll keep it in mind. I appreciate you.
I'll sit here.
All right.
Yeah, it's just it's like
Getting first.
red and ice. Okay. The guy said that it was there's not an English word for that. Big fish, but they're like little apples. And they were just eating those that day. It just was like the best day of fishing I've ever had. How many did you get? I mean, we probably not that hard. I mean, that sounds like the guy said it was probably one of the best days I've ever had. I mean, cooking the same way every day. Does not sound different. I hear you just like maybe yeah. I mean, the babies eat more readily. It's not like it's like disgusting. They're just like they're just all tailored around the building and just on
That would not be a bad place to live.
Oh,
Just such a little window where they're just like.
yeah, it's hard. It's hard to find makes for trout. After that,
One first deal I thought I was like, yeah. But it was just round. That's a milestone. Yes, it was.
so to take that back
No, I would not verify.
Yeah.
That was 3 guys from.
The only problem with the good thing is it takes all the screen info off.
Yeah,
But it takes the screen info off, so you can't see to adjust things.
yeah.
Does the focus square on what's
Well, so you and I talked about that.
Yeah.
In theory, on this camera, he had to take it away, but I don't know what it is. But what I did on the other camera. Oh, because we're here.
Yeah, a little barracuda, both got like a little snook. Yeah. I was walking the flats last year on one of the islands.
Yeah.
I will figure it out. I haven't got to that part of the maze.
Yeah, it's a flat folk.
Why not? Here, can you believe it?
Is it Juju betas?
Yeah. Yeah, one of the newest color.
The camo?
Yeah.
I saw it, I thought it was a bonefish, just kind of walking the yeah, I just kind of seen it out. The wife was on the beach, we had like this 8-mile stretch. No, but we had great time. It's all like the same, that's insane. Yeah, dude, that sounds like it. It's called Craven. It's a little island, probably 2,000 people there. You went to this lockdown I hear it's really easy to get a job guiding down there. If you've got any experience guiding, that sounds sick. Not a lot of people talk about it. Yeah, I wrote because she's yellow dog. Let's spend 20,000 on the Seychelles trip. Also, Christmas Island sounds like another good one that's not like too pricey to get to, and they got cheats. Yeah. Are they letting people in now? I'm pretty sure if you're like just reopened like a month ago. Yeah. It's hard.
Good.
Work a job that make money that can afford trips.
All right. Thanks, guys, for joining. My name's Jennings. I'm the founder of Fishing Good Fight. Raj just tied for us as well. We're a mental health organization that works with men, and we leverage fly fishing, fly tying to deal with mental health challenges in the community. So we take guys out on retreats, teach them to tie, teach them to fish. But today I'm going to be trying a Juju Baetis, Charlie Craven's Juju Baetis, and his newest color scheme, the camo scheme. I like to joke with Charlie because people have seen this fly before, but it's always left-handed. And so when a guy's tying this fly left-handed, it doesn't really carry over to us righties very well. So, you know, Charlie doesn't have to worry about his thread the whole time and keeping it flat and cording it. As a lefty, it's a lot easier to deal with a flat thread base than it is for a right-handed tyer. So with that, we'll get things started. This pattern itself is an absolute staple for Colorado tailwater. Really any water in Colorado or the west part of the country. But, you know, if we're fishing any of our tailwater, we've got this fly, stall cups, Baetis, foam wing emerger, you know, and that's 1, 2, 3 for our nymph rig for any Baetis season. And with our tailwaters, you know, and the water temperatures that stay consistent throughout the year, these things are always on the menu. So our boxes are loaded with Juju Baetis, and this new color scheme is probably the favorite that I've seen besides the original 2 brown and 1 black for the Baetis imitation. But this is a unique Juju Baetis because it's the only time that Charlie uses 3 different colors to create the body. And it's the only time that he goes away from gray flora fiber for the wings. So it's really a different looking Juju Baetis than the rest of the ones that we have. So on the vise, we have a TMCO 2488. Today, this is an 18. So this would be something we'd be using in the spring, you know, when our Baetis are a little bit bigger versus the fall where we're looking at 22s most of the time. And in terms of our underbody, we're going to be using Simperfly. This is their twin here. So we really want this fly to have a lean profile. So, you know, you think about different threads and Uni 6-aught, 8-aught, Vivus 14-aught. You know, I'm looking for the leanest thread I can find for this underbody on this fly. Because when you look at a Baetis, you know, it is slim, you know, it is slender. So once we tie in the super hair, it's going to add some bulk, but we want to keep that bulk to a minimum while we're creating the underbody. So we'll tie in this white Semperfli 20 denier, just a little bit behind the eye. Come in and cut it out. And now what we're going to do is we're going to take the Semperfli all the way down to about halfway down the bend of the hook. And this is where, you know, a guy like Charlie, a left-handed tyer, he doesn't have to do anything. Like his thread is flat right now. But for us, after we tie in this next material, we're going to have to spin our thread. That would tighten it, and that would flatten it counterclockwise so that we don't get a bumpy underbody. And this is the most important piece of this fly. If you don't have a smooth underbody, you cannot tie it well. So for our tail here, we're going to grab some India hen, and we're going to grab 10 or 12 of these. And what we like to do is pull them horizontally from the feather so that these tips are nice and aligned, so we have a nice and even tail. Similar to the way we would use pheasant tail, you know, to create a tail. Is anytime you have a feather like this, if you pull it, you can get these things lined up so that they're not all staggered on you when you tie them in, and you've got this rigid looking tail. So I'll do that again. We've got a clump of these. Now they're nice and stacked. So I'm just going to pull these off here. And I'm going to tie them right on top of the hook. So anytime we're tying in a material and we want it to lay on top, we're going to anticipate it rotating some. So I'm going to tie these feathers in on the near side, knowing that with a couple wraps, it's going to rotate so that they're right on top. Loose wrap. Another wrap. Now they're right on top. See that? We don't want them splaying off to either side. Now, I like the length of them, and for me, this is a little bit long. You can just pull it a little bit. Get it to about half the shank of the hook in terms of its length. And so what we're going to do now to keep that uniform body that I keep talking about is we're going to capture the rest of this feather, keeping it on top the whole time. I don't want this feather coming off to the side as I cover it one way or the other, because then we're going to have this bulky body. So we want to make sure that that feather stays right on top. And as we get halfway or so, we're going to clip the buttons. Go ahead and cover those up. And so what I was telling you guys before is that typically with a Juju Baetis, we've got two different colors of super hair. And so this is super hair. It's a synthetic material. It almost looks like real hair. But what's great about it is that the sunlight shines through it, and it creates this bright effect that kind of sparkles off the super hair. So normally with the Juju Baetis, we've got two colors, but with this one, we're actually using three. So usually you've got two primary colors and then one secondary color, if you will. So the original Juju Baetis had two brown and one black. And today, instead, we've got brown, olive, and black. So just one of each. Now, when you're pulling your super hair out, the order of these doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter whatsoever. What matters is that they stay the same order as you're wrapping these up the fly. So don't worry about the order as you're starting. But what I'm going to do is I like to give them a little bit of a lick. And you can see how this stuff can be really crinkly and not very smooth. You can come in and just kind of pull this a little bit like you would a leader, you know, to try to straighten this stuff out. It's not going to have an impact on, you know, how the fly ends, but it's going to make it easier for you to tie. So we've got these three different colors, and I've cut the butt ends so they're even. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to capture them on the near side. Just one loose wrap. And you see all these fibers are going out the front. I'm just going to pull these back to the length so they're behind the hook eye. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover these all the way down to the tail. And once I'm at the tail, I'm going to come back, bring it all the way back up to the front. And this is where people get really confused with any kind of juju pattern, you know, whether it's a juju B, Betis, juju Sally, is getting these wraps to really look good and not showing the underbody of the fly. So the key here is this first wrap. Keep in mind the super hair is on my near side, it's towards me. So this first wrap, I go over, and you see how I just barely came around that hook, and then I'm going to pull it back towards the tail, towards the bend of the hook, to make sure it's really secure there. So this way, my next wrap, which is arguably the hardest wrap, has something for a base to be on. Now, a lot of times, this first wrap's not going to look exactly how you like. There's going to be some spaces. I don't know if you can really see that, but what we can do is we can just come in with our fingernail and we can push that back a little bit so that everything's lined up and nice and secure. And once you have that base of those first two wraps, it's really easy to just pull this forward for the rest of your wrap. Now, a key with it is keeping those wraps really close to the hook bend. And I mean that by holding my finger really taut with these pieces of fluoro and pulling that back each time. That way, those wraps, even if they're a little bit loose, I can pull them towards the back and it'll help secure them and get them close to each other. Just got caught in my my bobbin. Let's see, weave this out. That's a first. All right, so this is a good example. So because I got caught in my bobbin, I don't like the way this wrap looks. So I can come back. That wrap's a little loose, so I'll come with my fingernail. Then I can finish it. And I'm going to secure this with a couple, and this one came loose. So if we do this again, this is actually good to redo. It's just good practice. So once again, we'll do that first wrap. We'll pull it backwards to make sure that's nice and secure. Second wrap, nice and tight. Now we secure it. A few wraps. Come in and cut this close. And now we're going to whip finish this segment. So we're done with this thread color. So we'll come in and just whip finish this with a few wraps. And we're going to switch over to, for this color combo, olive dun. And so once again, this is a unique Juju Betis because typically the heads are all black. But this one, he uses this olive dun color from Uni. Really cool, kind of dark olive. So we're going to go ahead and secure this with some wraps and bring it back to about the hook point. And so our next step here is we're going to tie in some opal tinsel. So this is going to give the fly a little bit of flash. If you guys are familiar with Juju bees, there is no tinsel in there. The different Juju patterns, some use them, some don't. But we want to tie this right in on top. And I always like to wrap a little bit further back than I think I need to, just so that when I pull it over, it's not shorter. And then we're going to tie in this gray fluorofiber. Once again, the brown fluorofiber, sorry, usually it's gray. So totally different color scheme that fish have not seen. And I'm just going to cut these tips so they're even. And we're going to capture these fluorofibers right on top. Pull them back to length so they're behind the eye of the hook. Cover them. And so the abdomen of this fly is just thread. There's no dubbing like a lot of Baetis patterns. So I'm going to build it up a little bit, but not too much. So it's about, 50% times the size of the body in terms of the abdomen, just with thread. So now we're going to pull this fluorofiber over the top. We're going to capture it with a wrap. We're going to make sure that it's right on top how we like it. If it is, get one more wrap to cover it. We're going to pull this tinsel over the top. Once again, making sure that it's right centered on the top of the fly. And it is. So we capture that with one wrap. Then we're going to pull this tinsel backwards and capture with a couple more wraps to get it out of our way. And now with the fluorofiber, we want to split this evenly. So whether it's a jujube, juju Baetis, we want to count the amount of fluorofiber that we have on this fly. This is a size 18, so I typically look for about 10 strands of fluoro. If I'm tying a 16, 12, if I'm tying a 20, a little bit less. It's not a science, but we want even strands, and we just don't want a huge clump of it. We don't want like 30 strands of fluorofiber, or it just doesn't look realistic. So I'm just going to split these evenly. I'm going to pull it to the side. I don't want these things going up. I want them going down a little bit. I capture that with the wrap. Pull the other one. Capture it with the wrap. Now all I have left to do is whip finish. And you'll notice the head of this fly is a little oversized, and that's intentional. That's how this fly will look when it's finished. So we'll come in here, cut our thread, come in here, get our opal tinsel off, and this just takes a little tiny clip so it's not annoying. So all that we have left is our legs. And the final piece of this fly is a coat of UV resin. So we like to use this Bone Dry Plus. And when you're using a tiny amount of resin like this on a small fly, what we like to do is just dab a little bit onto a sheet of paper, a note card or something like that. And then we use this really fine tipped bodkin to grab a tiny amount of this stuff. Otherwise, it's going to get all over the wings and be really annoying. So we're just getting a tiny amount of this right on top and down through the body of the fly. We're trying to create this cool egg shape that a Baetis has. We'll come in here, shine in with our UV light. And then the final step is grabbing these legs, and we'll pull them all together so we cut them all to the same length. So we'll pull them back, and we want to cut these so they're just longer than where the abdomen is, thorax, right about there. And you can see how they're poking out to the side a little bit down. We don't want, once again, we don't want these going up. What?
Is that camera shaker or is that you?
It's him.
Oh.
Coming in, busting up the section. He was giving you shit.
So that's the final step. So that's our Juju Baetis, this camera variation, something that fish aren't used to seeing. Different color combos across the board. But thanks again, guys. If you have questions on it, let me know. It takes some practice using that hair, but once you get the feel of it, you can really knock these things out quickly. And you can just load your box up, whether it's jujubes, jujubetas, juju sallies, doesn't matter. But these are just a staple in our box, no matter what time of year.
Yeah, when you got that super hair caught in your thread, it reminded me a lot of time, like little bloodworms.
Yeah.
That midge rib gets so caught.
Well, it's funny. I always tie with a magnifying glass, and I don't have one today, so I'm like, what am I looking at? But
At least with the midge rib though, like some vices will have a little like spring coil on the back where you can just take the rib and just set it through the coil and just off to the side while you're wrapping your thread.
Yeah.
Just a little spring. It looks like a little spring.
Yeah, I got one.
yeah, just keep it out of the way.
I just snip it to leg and just use the rotary.
Yeah. Any questions on it?
What were the 2 threads again?
So we were using this Simperfly 20 denier for the underbody. It's a really flat thread, so it's easy to make that underbody nice and smooth, and it's very small. And then for the head, we're using this Uni 8/0 olive dun color, whereas typically we're using black.
Flat is key on this flat because it's super.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Good work now, snapping that super fine.
Right.
That's what's nice about that Simperfly. Break the hook before you break the thread.
Yeah.
His last one.
Yeah, it's a gel sponge, right? It's strawberry.
Oh, it's gel sponge. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, and you know, it has its uses. It won't take dubbing at all, but it's especially good for like elk hair caddis when they really crank down on that hair and bite it. Yeah, that's what I like best. But on this one, when you're trying to keep that body so slender and you're not dubbing it. So.
20.
It's
It's so
crazy.
thin, but it is still.
It's so strong.
You could probably do
I mean, I can
14 on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But I can cinch down on, deer hair with that 20 denier, like, and just tug on it. Yeah, it just doesn't break. It's crazy.
Last time I tried it, I was using the Vivas because they didn't have that Simperfly. It was like 5 or 6 years ago. The ASB stuff.
No, the Viva's very good too. Yeah.
The Vivas is
14
it's brittle, but like at least you can either spin it counter or clockwise, whatever you want to get it flat. But if you've got like a really bumpy body, it's hard to get that nice super hair rib to it.
It is, yeah. With the thumb trick's the biggest thing is your learning. It's just like each time you make a wrap, like just bring your fingernail in and just push it, so it's nice and the back-to-back wraps. And as you get more comfortable with it, you'll start to feel that tugging backwards on each wrap, and those wraps just push back on each other. Like, it's incredible. If that underbody's smooth, they'll push back right on each other.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Absolutely.
Did Charlie originate this with Dutch? You did?
You should ask them a story about it.
Yeah.
It's a pretty long one.
I mean, it's so insane. Yeah. I've never tried one.
It's not that bad. That's the first one that I did with Disney.
I like only tie streamers.
Oh, then you'll be able to knock it.
Yeah, mostly like Kelly flies, but
That's true. Yeah. No, it's a fun track for sure.
yeah, is it what is the material? Because it's not craft burr.
No, it's
It's definitely some synthetic, which I've been tying a lot of synthetic in mine usually, and it's so weird going from feathers to synthetics. Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, he's got the rally ready.
You don't see
too, but yeah, great swim coach has gotten me quite a few good bonefish. That's such a good spot. I love those like metallic colors for some reason. Brown California. Oh yeah, I love the yellow part with the yellow one. Yeah, I fished yellow spot once at Madison. And I sketched it really bad.
It's so funny streaming any yellow materials. It works. Like some days, like bright days, sometimes it's like, is it white or yellow? Like which one is it?
It just feels so silly to watch this yellow thing.
It does.
From
Yeah.
the water towards the boat. You're like, what?
I know. Just like a purple fly, you know?
Yeah, purple bugs. Not steelhead.
Right. Like what? But it works.
That's fun, right?
Yeah.
It's the fun part about fishing. It's always something to experiment with.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's about as much as I think it's ever been. Robin's holding up fire for the kids. That's good. Yeah, they just can't thread it. I know, he breaks it. They're not using it. They're not using it because they can't thread it because they broke the thread. One whip. Legitimately, the only way you can get them to work. Like it drives me nuts. I have them, they're a great bottom when you're tying them. As soon as you break the thread, you're like. And the ceramic is beneficial for stacking. What's the deal with ceramic? Yeah. You know what I tell you? I also picture an actress. No, it's like this thing came with like the first Wi-Fi. This is gonna be a massive upgrade. I was like, when I was like 14, like they're so cheap. We'll sit here for tea.
Slow.
Right? I need that's what they said for this band. Put your finger in a socket, man.
Let's try this again.
Don't touch it.
I'm not gonna touch anything, except I am gonna move the vise, because
Yeah.
I don't tie on this kind of thing.
Whose vice is that?
This is Matt's.
Yeah.
You stuff me.
Got resin all over my new sheet of paper.
Yeah, the ceramics gonna be like.
Hey Jennings. Are these yours?
I don't know.
Are they ours? Maybe.
Well, that's Raj. You gave them to me.
It's new, Bob. I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah.
When you get an actual.
Those are yours, Charlie.
There are, okay.
Yeah. I love the juju. New color is awesome.
Who said that?
I don't know. Chuck Norris is what it says.
Wow, that's impressive. If you could impress Chuck.
Oh yeah, the reps are fine.
Huh?
Yeah, the reps are totally.
Watch his pitches.
You don't know your father, Lord?
What'd you just ask him? He's gonna
On
start.
their Instagram story, it says Lord Craven going live for the end of the day.
Well, that's what you have to call me from now on.
No.
All right, so I can't touch anything. Come on this side.
For all of our technical difficulties, Russell never really went over. So the trick for not recording is hit record on and off real quick. Playing with the live turns it off. But if you just hit record, and hit it again, that he stops it for a second. So you hear a few minutes of uninterrupted. That's the part.
Do you put the blue down to get that balance of blue?
No, so the any model background when you tie, like what you look against, is hard on your eyes. And like when I was young, I didn't need that, but now I need that. Yeah, and like I usually have a piece of paper against the, like if the camera's closer, I have to put a piece of paper. This is like three-dimensional stuff in your background. I can't see it at all. It's invisible. Yeah, that's what, yeah. Well, the other thing I do is I put a piece of white paper under that pedestal so you can slide that vise because the feet stick and it's hard to move because it's so heavy.
It's good because it's not recording. So it's not eating it. It's normal. Yeah, Cubby will probably have the live stream. What that is specific time works. I know it's
my favorite thing with ties when that comes out right, to have that.
Do you use that that nymph skin?
I have not ever used
Yeah,
it.
that
I've got it.
it's like scud. Yeah, well, yeah, they need
Yeah.
those.
No, I've been putting myself in the rig to try to get that to work with regular foam for kind of like how you do the extended body.
Yeah.
But I don't use an attached needle like that. So I'll have the needle come in, wrap up, put two drops of glue, and wrap that in. I'll show you one.
So you do like the hook and the vise,
Hook and the vise.
but the needle just to give it rigidity.
And because I was able to get it to work without the needle, it's just easier because I can just wrap it so much tighter with the
Sure,
needle
sure.
there. But yeah, the needle basically, I hold it to the hook, wrap up, glue, wrap down, pull out. And so it's an extended body on the hopper.
I'll have to see it.
All I can do is show you a drawing because I have it right here.
I just happen to have
I just happened, I was
a
looking
drawing.
through. I can't get the post system.
So it rides better right now when it's just a wing.
You can't get the post to stand up. What are you making the post
That's
out?
just me being a new tire. I'm just getting better at post. So I want to have it as a post just to see how it rides. So I've only fished it for one summer. So I want to try it with a post and then one with just a wing or a top, kind of more similar to a hippie stomper.
Sure.
So it just sits a little cattywampus in the water.
Is that the wing though, or is that your hackle may not be big enough?
Good question. Yeah.
Your hackle in your drawing is not big enough. You can fix that easily there. Not so much at home.
Yeah.
Could you toss your hook when you get a chance into that?
Yeah.
Did Jay shoot this? How did he get this shot?
Yeah, it's a J picture.
Just set it out during a hash.
I'm sure.
Yes. Open lanes.
You're gonna need more light. Don't you think?
More light.
Yeah.
What color are you doing to fly?
Tan. Fat Angie.
Do you want to go in a bit?
Yeah. That's better for sure.
Did you just crop that?
Yeah.
The sensor crop?
Yeah. I don't know if it is a sensor crop or if it's just.
I think it's just blowing up
I think
the live view.
It's a fake sensor crop, basically.
Yeah.
Well, if this was a non-full frame, that's what it would look like. I think it's an easy way to reference it. I feel like you was I know that was one of the things.
Yeah.
You know. It was weird for me, like it was hit or miss.
It's gonna be fine.
We kind of did.
We get that every once in a while, but like that's the biggest line.
What's your go-to
Not another register, like I can't help you.
Yeah, that's actually, this setup for class stuff is perfect, just with that extra zoom.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I have to have the camera pretty close too, so it's kind of, in the way. And that is the problem with these big cameras. It's like you can't see in person up here.
Right. Yeah. My setup is pretty clever though. I like that.
Pistol?
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually worked really slick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a
What head is that?
tripod. I don't know. Because I want to order another one.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a number on it. We'll take it apart afterwards and look at it. But then I just went and got a bolt.
Yeah.
And you screw that in the bottom and cap it off with the nut. And then it just tightens into there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's that bolt actually needs to be. Well, see how it's all the way down in there. It's this much taller than I really would like it because I can't get the camera square to the fly. It's always shooting down.
Right. Yeah. So I see a lot of people do the tripod here, normal tripod, but it has that ladder there that goes all the way across the table. So then you can adjust to get that perfect level.
On a long ladder, you could.
Yeah,
I just looked at those the other night, and that's the thing is, you kind of have to have one that works already.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you end up with 20 of them and trying to figure out which one works.
Right.
I think the 6 though
Is there anyone left here, or should I just start tying?
I told you I want to try to bring some muscle size shit down there because there's a size class of fish that comes out. The only time they come out is when you hook this rod, and then they come out and they smoke. But when you throw this in there, it's not enough. So I'm like, let people want to bring it. And come back on with like this. Exactly. Give it fucking on.
Were we not live?
No, we were live. Yeah. You see
there. For the heck of it, the guy that comes out to the enforcer, you know.
I don't actually really even need an audience. I sit and talk to the camera by myself all the time. I do. That's
It like adds a level of funny to it that like you're up in the middle of the woods in the mountains, just alone talking to the camera.
that's pretty much.
Together and watch TV, you're just
Yeah,
like,
no, she's not even home. There's no one even there. Just me and the dog.
Yeah, I think I told her I really like that.
I hope they were thinking about your
Is your feed frozen?
No, it just looks like crap on that.
Oh, it's just moving slower. So should I go?
You're good to go.
All right.
People should be coming in.
Should I give him a minute? Oh, I'll give him a
More
minute.
than we're here.
I'll just whip finish real quick and be like, that's it.
Yeah.
It's coming.
So Charlie,
Yeah.
I'm tired of carrying all my thread around in Ziploc bags and having all my wires wet each other. So I bought the hairline spool boxes.
Uh-huh.
Then I went to the craft shop and bought a case of looked like miniature Tic Tac dispensers for
yeah.
all my beads.
For beads, yep.
Put little tags, color coded side. So I got my beads in order. Hooks. Any good hook organizing.
Those same little bead Tic Tac things were great for hooks.
I was thinking, no reason you can't put hooks in there, but I just thinking,
so-
as far as getting them out of there.
So go look in that drawer. We've got them in there. So those Tic Tac lids, you pop them open, they'll pull right out.
Yeah, so take the whole.
You can kind of pour them out. Just tape the label from the hook package to the side of all of them.
Exactly.
But yeah, we've got 300 of them in that drawer.
Yeah, so that's that, yeah. Because I don't know how many times I've bought size 18.
This
TFO 100.
same hook again and again and again.
Yeah. Got
That's
a lifetime supply, but I keep buying.
good for business. Jennings asked me for some 101s, and I opened up the box in my drawer, and there's, I don't know, probably 2,000 in my box. Yeah, I can actually. I have them over here for him. I brought him some. All right, I'm going to start to tie fly now. Right after I put on my good glasses. All right, so this is going to be a fat Angie, which is sort of my answer to a chubby, something a little more interesting than a chubby. I've always thought chubbies were boring. And so I started playing with a kind of variation on the theme. I wanted a fly that had a lot of surface area and some foam and some yarn on it to give us some surface area, but a little bit more involved tie and not quite so boring. So what I've got here is this is a Daiichi 1167, which is a black hook. It's their clink hammer hook. And it has a barb, and that's what I like about it, because typically I'll fish a dropper under this fly. So if I have a true barbless hook, you can cast the dropper off. If you use a true barbless hook, you can tie a little loop of monofilament back here at the bend and tie your dropper to that. But that's why I use this hook, is because it's got the barb. I pinch the barb down, but you still have that little lump where it'll hold your dropper on. And this is a 12. And I'll tie these down to 16s or even 18s, and as big as an 8. But what I'm going to do on size 12 is I'm going to start with some Orange Vivas 14 on Garrison orange, just regular orange. And I'm going to start this thread just about even with the point on the hook. I'm going to make a head base pretty far down this bend. This is a really arched hook. And, I said this is a size 12. These hooks are way oversized for what they're labeled. They're much bigger than what you would think if you were thinking of a size 12 hook. And I'm going to take a little shot of Zap here. And put that down that thread base before I foam down. So what I have is about a 3x3 square of, in this case, tan foam. And again, you can tie these in all kinds of colors. But I'm going to catch it right at the end of that thread base and then just spiral back over it around the end. And then just cross hatch that so that it's anchored down good and tight. Under there, I'm going to put some dubbing. And there's no magic to the dubbing. This is just some orange synthetic dubbing. This is the old trout hunter stuff that they don't make anymore. It sure is. Because I have a gift for finding things that they're going to stop making immediately. But I'm going to dub this on fairly to build a kind of a ball on here. This fly actually started off as a flying ant pattern. So it started off much smaller than any of these. And just kind of grew in size. But you can kind of get the idea of what I'm shooting for. It's kind of think of a big ant. So I'm going to wrap this dubbing, and I want to stay on top of this foam. I'm not going to come past this point where this foam is tied in. Build my ball back here. Come all the way back to the base of the tail. Forward again, and kind of fatten that up. I'm actually going to fatten it up a little bit more. Just some more on there. And then as I run out of dubbing, I'll jump up onto bare hook. At that point, I'm going to make a thread base all the way up to the hook eye and back again. This is just to get that dressed before I go on. And then as I go to fold this foam over, what I'll do here is I'm going to put just a little shot of glue there too. Anytime you're tying with foam, super glue is not only a good idea, but it's damn near made for this stuff. It really just anchors things down so that they don't twist and move. So we just lost our feed. Lost our live feed. Is it just timing out? Yeah. I'll put some more glue on there since I hesitated. So as I pull this foam over, I'm going to come around and then I just kind of pull the thread down gently. You want to make sure that you don't cut through that foam. And then I'll lift that piece of foam up and bump that thread forward and tie it down again. So kind of create a segment there. And I'll cross hatch that, and I'm going to eventually tie this down all smooth. This is going to be the base for our legs. So kind of a little waist in between. I just want to smooth that all out. Like that. So then the legs are super floss. And these are just brown, I think is what color this is. All of these, pieces and colors are interchangeable to whatever you want them to be. But what I'll do is I'll take a short piece of this and I'll catch it right at the center of that band and kind of let it roll to the far side. And you can kind of square it up manually if you need to, like that. And then I'll take the front end of that and fold it back and catch it on my near side and kind of do the same thing. And I don't sweat the exact length of them. I like a short enough piece of material that it's easy to work with. But I like to leave that little loop there. Just things a little easier from here on out. Now, one of the catches is if I had tied these in as two separate pieces, if this was cut, those two front legs are in your way for the entire rest of the fly. So I finally figured out if I make that loop, I can pull these legs through them and it stays back out of the way, and then I can cut it later. So once I've got that in there, I'm going to bump that foam forward one more time, make one more little segment. Lift it again, come to the back of the hook eye, and tie it down again. And we're going to make another little band in between those two, and that's where our wings are going to go. So for the wing, I'm going to use this is grizzly bear colored macrame yarn, and I've already brushed this out. And this is kind of like tan, brown, and white. So it comes pre-made. It's modeled as it comes from the hank. And I'm going to take a chunk. And the amount, I tend to tie mine with a fairly heavy wing. The amount you want to use sort of depends on what you're going to do with it. If you're going to fish this as a dry dropper fly, make that wing a little bit heavier. If you're just going to fish it by itself, you can sparse it out. My reasoning on tying them heavy is I figure I could always trim them down a little bit on the water and make them thinner. I never do, but you could. So I'm going to take this and kind of twist it up in the middle to get a nice tight little spot. And I'm going to tie this in with a couple of X wraps right here at the front of that foam. And these wings are kind of like bad spinner wings, so kind of high and wide back to the side, like that. And then I'm going to tie in, oh, I forgot these. Hang on, I'll do that again. Got to talking about the yarn. So in addition to this yarn, I'm going to put a little bit of blue UV ripple ice fiber just on top of that hank. That. See that flash? And this, as funny as this sounds, like there's not much in there, it actually shows up pretty well on camera. In the water, on the water, this light shows up like no tomorrow with that flash on there, just that little bit of flash. There's a lot of reflection for that, and it's amazing how much more visible it makes this fly. So a few X turns each way. Can I get those organized? If this yarn is in your way, you have the full scale, you can kind of twist that together and it'll hold itself back out of the way in the meantime. And then I put an indicator on these, or a finder is what I call this. And this is just a piece of 1 millimeter or 0.5 millimeter pink laser foam. And I take it and fold it in half. I just kind of narrow strip it. I'll fold it in half and lay it about half the length up that wing and tie it down. So it's just got a little loop there. And the idea of that loop is rather than just tying in a 6 strand, and I have had to do this a few times. Sometimes you're fishing, and as big a fly as this is, it's tan colored. And if you're fishing next to the bank, you've got the reflection of the rocks in the water. So you got a tan colored fly on. Tan shouldn't show up very well. Black, you can have the same issue. But what you can do with this loop is, if you need to, you can cut it down here on the water and make it twice tall, so you can to see it. So that just kind of gives me an option. But I'll leave it looped to start with. Just lay that in and catch it with a soft turn. And then trim those 2 stubs out. Now, one unique thing on this fly, we're going to put some hackle on the thorax. I'm going to trim these wings just because I think that's messing with the profile on the camera. Any better? When you tie the hackle in, and I don't know how many of these I tied before I figured this out. If I tie my hackle feather, and I'm going to use a model or dark ginger, really cool feather that I like to use on these. But if I tie this feather in with the inside of the hook, when I go to wrap it, it's going to twist. And it's something to do with the foam that I'm tying it down on. So what I want to do, actually let me get it tied in and I'll show you. I'm going to tie it in upside down, or counterintuitively. And what I mean by that, I'm going to outside toward me. So that's the outside of the feather facing out, because it always twists. So if I tie it in the right way, it always twists the wrong way. So I'm going to tie it in the wrong way, so it'll twist back to the right direction. And it almost always does it. I'm surprised I remembered, because I haven't tied one of these for a few days. So now I'm going to take another little pinch of this orange dubbing, and this is going to be our thorax. And it's not going to take much here. We've got a lot of the bulk already built up from the foam in there. Hold that yarn back. And I'll just build a thorax just to cover all that thread work. And I'll pick up my feather, get him to twist around. There we go. Now he's going the right direction again. So I've got outside now. And I'm just going to take 2 or 3 turns forward through that thorax. On a bigger fly, it might take 5 or 6. And then I'll tie that feather off just behind that foam. Trim that feather out of there. Then I'm going to lift that foam up and build a little thread head in front of it. And the thread head is really just to prop this piece of foam up off the hook eye. It makes it easier to thread later. And I'll come in and whip finish. Nick that thread out. On this front end, I usually kind of cut it at an angle here. So I leave a little stub, but that's at an angle. And then I'll come in and trim those back legs. Just put my scissors in the middle of that loop and cut them. And then I want to separate those from the wing. And the wing's going to be just about the length of the hook. Get them all up here. So just about the length of the hook here. Try to get all of them. A few weird ones in there. And these back ends, so they're a little more even. But that's the fat Angie. One thing I most of the time do on this is I'll trim this hackle on the bottom, and I'm just going to grab the bottom half, bring my scissors in flat, and trim that off, just so it's got short little bristles there. And then I always come in and put a little shot of glue right on the base of that hackle, right where I cut it. And this will kind of glue that hackle into that dubbing. And I've never actually had the hackle break on this fly when I do this. That little shot of super glue in there really toughens that up. That's the only natural material on this fly, so that's really the only thing that's a liability. And that just makes that piece a lot tougher. But you can see how much surface area is out of that fly, kind of, just big general bug. And you could tie it in a billion colors, black, purple, olive, gold, tan, cinnamon. I think that's all the purple, yeah. That's the current options, but literally any color of foam, and then of course you can mark it too. But just kind of a generic bug, and works surprisingly well. Just as as an attractor dry for fishing a dry dropper, it actually has surprised me how well it's worked, even like during caddis hatches and things like that. Even big. A couple of weird ones in there. If you got some weird yarn, you can pull that right out. But that's it. It's Fat Angie. This fly is named after my youngest sister, who is not fat and not Angie. But my grandmother, my youngest sister, was the youngest grandchild out of I don't even know how many. And by the time my sister was a teenager, my grandmother was pretty old. And so my sister's name is Andrea, not Angie at all. And my grandmother called her Angie. And then one day we were all standing in her kitchen, and my grandmother said to her in front of everybody, she said, "Angie, you're getting kind of fat." So of course, my other sisters and I have continually since that day called her Fat Angie. So that's where the name for this fly came from. So that's it. I think that's all we got for today. Yeah, right on. You guys, thanks for coming. It's been a great day. It's been fun. Yeah.
I've had a photo of this. I'm pretty sure Umpqua posted on their Instagram a couple years ago.
He probably took it.
Yeah, I've had it in my fly tying album.
Nice.
Been meaning to tie this one up for a while.
Yeah, it's not a hard fly. It's really not. It seems like it's got a lot going on, but as long as you kind of gauge the space. If you've got a sample next to you where you can kind of gauge the space, where you'll, and I still do it if when I first sit down to tie them, is you make your band too big here, and then you don't have enough space for all the other pieces. So it's all that. See how that the beginning of that hump is behind the halfway point. Yeah. So it's pretty far back. That's where you'll get jammed up. But other than that, it's really not a hard fly to tie at all. And pretty versatile. Like I said, you can fish it by itself. You can fish it with a dropper under it. You can fish 2 or 3 droppers under it. Honestly, it's a pretty buoyant fly. I like to take these and dip them in Flyagra